the mail. No time.
Yeah,
No time for that.
I'll get a mid match.
How much do green screens go for?
I actually had a look, and I think they start at like 20 quid for what is basically a frame and a piece of green cloth.
Yeah.
If I was ever to get one, I'd probably get one of the pop-up ones, but I think they're more expensive. Also, don't know if they're any good, but I'll just buy some green paint.
True. Green paint on the wall.
I mean, yeah.
Never. Nothing ever goes wrong with that.
I mean, I've heard some people do it. Like, if you do it a lot, if you make use of a green screen a lot, it makes sense to do. Right?
Yeah. I know a couple. Like, there's one YouTuber I like a lot. He does that.
Also, Solomon, if you're still here, can you explain the apple juice?
Basically, we will see that tomorrow is the teaser we have been given. So apparently something's happening tomorrow with some like announcements or something.
Right.
So, someone with apple juice.
Some sponsorship, I'm gonna guess.
I was assuming we are gonna get sponsored by Cookland
Yeah.
apple juice, you know? But
guess.
no, apparently that's not happening. They're not branching out into esports sponsorships, it would seem.
No.
Surprising, I know, that they wouldn't branch out into that, but
No. It just seems like, so whatever it is has a lot of product placement in it.
juice, maybe? It's some juice. XQC sponsoring it, the juicer.
Right, yeah, true. Very good. Thing is, I think I know Solomon hasn't produced it because the Nutrition Facts is like an American label, so there's definitely not a UK thing. I've never heard of Kirkland, but
Are you always lying, young and ashamed? I know why you're hiding, you always win. You're so kind to in every way, but I know you. And you wanna hide it, but I know. And I'll say the truth, I say the truth. And you wanna drown it, but I know. I really know you, really know you. And you wanna hide it, but I know. And I'll say the truth, I say the truth. And you wanna drown it, but I know. I really know you.
No, Farmer doesn't go down. But Glock putting that shatter into motion. That is 4 kills for Glock.
Get behind you. Not the thing. Oh, wait.
Able to play well. Big EMP gonna come in from Marlin. Gets 5.
No. You can't let him break and value here. Pick up 3. Break just slicing and dicing.
Window and front product answers with the portal as well. That's a gigantic, that's a good blossom right there. That'll do just fine.
EMP used to be clockwise though to try and turn things. Chasing comes through to the bomber as well. Takes tower out of the mech to
Chasey.
Oh my lord, Chasey is just carrying that twice. Absolutely dragging him over the beat.
Wrecking ball, so Thunder. That goes hard. Top twice goes inside 2. Goes back down. Oh, down the bridge. There's a yard fall.
Are you always lying, young and ashamed? I know why you're hiding, you always win. You're so kind to in every way, but I know you. And you wanna hide it, but I know. And I'll say the truth, I say the truth. And you wanna drown it, but I know. I really know you, really know you. And you wanna hide it, but I know. And I'll say the truth, I say the truth. And you wanna drown it, but I know. I really know you.
Gonna force their hand.
Looking in. Oh no! Shoots the slam, could go for it. There we go. Lands it onto 3, turning the fight around for the Salt and the battery.
The beat can get melted too quite quickly, but the magic comes. Oh! To the high noon finds 4.
Wait a minute.
No way.
No
way.
You engage with that nano blade, and here it comes.
Yeah, but nice deflection onto the flash there actually, so Magnolia cannot stop that nanoblade in time. 3 kills for Drakey, looking for another one as well, going mad in the back.
Force the window into irrelevance pretty much, as well as the high noon front flap with the wall. Oh my! I say that, but he's got 4. What is that?
There it is.
Right on top.
4. Oh, he gets 4. Dragon Watch again.
Hello and welcome to the final week of Bad Batch Mario League, the playoffs. We're in our top 4. I'm joined by Verscats and Ippy. Hello, how are you guys doing?
Great. How are
Yeah.
you?
Well, I will say, did either of you expect these 4 to be our final 4 at the start of the season, or even halfway through?
I think 2 of them are like obvious picks. Like I think everyone's been talking about Summit all season long about
That's
being
true.
probably one of the best teams in A League right now. However, looking at the teams in this match, one of them in particular going the full mile, I don't think I saw that. I don't think anyone saw that.
I mean, that's not.
Didn't expect momentum to be here. Come on, who doubts Jack? My MVP, my MVP.
They do have the momentum, right?
They have. You can really feel momentum building for their first BPL title.
Yep. Let's get them all out right now. All the momentum jokes that we can.
Nah,
Oh,
we
all
still
the
have
funny
another
coming.
day. Yeah, we have a whole day of momentum jokes. So our first game of the day is our lower bracket finals with Momentum and Cowabunga. Like, I think both of these teams are a bit of an unexpected top four, but they've played really well, especially last week. They just popped. I mean, the week before Thanksgiving, but they really popped off, and they deserve to be here. You know, it's all about showing up in the moment and winning those important games. And they did. So now Momentum versus Cowabunga. Pretty, I would say a bit of silly teams with the silly branding, but they've played well. That's all that matters, and I'm very excited for this game. Should be a really good game. I am, however, looking forward to that upper finals as well that we have right after this, and that also should be a really good game. And we have 2 more games tomorrow, so that's all for our that's the last 4 games of BPL. And as we all know, this is the final season of BPL. We're moving over to Valorant now, so that's what happens. Overwatch, a bit of a dying game, not around for much longer. So
this is not at all official information, by the way. Vic has just gone on his own. Obviously, creator of the Victational, whatever the Valorant one was called. Sorry about that. Of course, it's not the actual last week of BPL. It is the last week of A League, but next week, of course, B League is going to finish.
I just spoke with Mr. Overwatch yesterday, and they were like, "Yeah, we're kind of done." Yeah,
John Overwatch himself, huh?
They told me personally. Well, what do you guys think of this game? Who do you think is going to take it?
I think like Momentum on their side, maybe. I think like Momentum play a very weird style. They play sort of like Jack's in the lobby and he wants you to know it kind of style. He will build shatter extremely fast by playing aggressive, and then he'll jump around that corner and he's either hitting 6 or he's hitting 0. Is that kind of player, and if like that takes Cowabunga off guard, then they could absolutely win the series.
Absolutely. What about you? What do you think, Bruce?
I think as on a mashup looking at it, you gotta say Cowabunga have seen very one note this playoffs. They have a very specific idea of what they're trying to do with their compositions, and it's basically countering other meta compositions that we've seen in BPL. And the problem is, when it comes to Momentum, they have obviously the epic hog comp. We run 2 main supports. How do they know how to prep against that? Some members of the community have been very outspoken on how to deal with the hog comp, and some people have tried to do it, but it's not hog you're countering, it's Jack. You got to think about it like that. So if you can't counter Jack, you do end up just losing. Even if you do try to limit his impact, I mean, they have other players amazing, like Kylo Ren has been kind of a standout this season without being on everyone's radar coming in.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. I mean, I think there's going to be a battle of the Ryans as well. Like you said, Jack versus JC. I think they're 2 of the best Ryans we've seen in BPL, and it's going to be interesting to see who gets the upper hand. But Jack does those rare plays where he just you don't expect it and he just hits 6 shatter. So I want to see a bit more of those. Speaking of the records, however, I was just looking at the records, and Momentum, they started off really poor actually. They had 4 losses in a row, and then they've somehow made it this far, and now they're just they have the momentum. Whereas Cowabunga have looked strong pretty much throughout the entire BPL season. They've only lost 2 games, I think. So this will be interesting. Cowabunga has definitely the more consistent team, but Momentum, they pop off when they need to. So very interesting to see how it goes. Which way it goes. And I'm trying to look at their map records and see who's favored. I believe we're still setting up lobbies, so I'm not sure. But I think I just noticed that I don't think we have a lobby admin set, so this might take a while.
Good stuff.
We'll be watching the games in our minds and using
just imagine
power of imagination. Exactly.
It's fine. Well, we can imagine the map. Which map do you guys want to see? I think I want to see a bit of my favorite map is Anubis. We're gonna see Anubis.
I thought honestly, I thought you were gonna say Horizon Lunar Colony for a second.
Nah. I mean,
that's your second favorite, right?
I mean, we could. Can we play Horizon, Solomon? Thoughts?
Probably not.
Solomon will allow it. Sad. We considered earlier trying to put it in, and then we did a vote and everything, and it was interesting. People didn't want to play Horizon.
Wonder why.
I really do think it's mostly people didn't want to play 2CP.
Nah, I know this is a good map.
No, I think that's objectively a wrong opinion. I think
I think I have like an 80% win record on Anubis in my
and a 90%
when
draw
I-
rate. Yeah.
no, Anubis is rare for draws actually. It's usually like yeah.
What are we?
Yeah, actually, no,
Where are
I-
we playing in? Where are we playing in?
CPs.
Where are we playing
From
in?
all,
Huh?
from all the two CPs, which one do you think is the least draw?
Least drawable. Now that you say that, now that you pose that question, I have to say it's probably Anubis. Is
I don't
the
even remember all the
least
GCP
drawable
maps in
one.
the game.
Because you've got Joramura. I mean, that's infamous for draws. Volskaya, you like pretty much like every team. If you get to extra rounds, like almost every team can hold second with no ticks. And then that leaves by process of elimination Anubis.
No, Draw Amuro isn't a thing. Draw Nubis has literally been a thing since the inception of the video game. For 6 years, this map has been called Draw Nubis.
Has it
For a
been
very
6
good
years?
reason.
Oh
6
god,
years.
it's always
For
been
6 years, I've been playing this game for 6 years, and I've
Been 6
I'm
years.
aging in real time by
been playing this game for 6 years since release. And that map was crap then. It's still crap.
Some of BPL players are younger than that.
True.
Very true.
Yeah. Anyway, we're a bit. I think we're still setting up a bit, so we can yap a bit more about the future of Overwatch. And the bright future that we have ahead.
How about Summit versus Zenith? Huh? How about something BPL related? Huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't think we've mentioned it yet, but like from
I didn't
here on
mention
out,
Yeah.
from here on out, all our
It is
matches
all-
are first to 3, which is I think a change from last year as well, where only the finals were first to 3, right?
I think we.
I can't remember. Either way,
I wasn't here, so
either way, this match and all future A-League matches are first to 3. And going back to Momentum Cowabunga, actually, I wonder if that's kind of weakness for Momentum being the format, because now Cowabunga has, if they're taken off guard, one extra map to try and switch their strategy and come up with something new. I could totally see a devastating reverse sweep in the future. I've got the telescope out, not for Joranubis or Joramura, but for the reverse sweep.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, we do have to see our map order is control 2CP escort hybrid control escort. So it is possible to go up 1-1 and then have a draw again. that'll be interesting to see how that occurs. I hope we don't see many draws. It might be a long day.
Here all
it was
night,
the
otherwise.
first draw in BPL season 3 yesterday, in the Hayden Overwatch team versus Heartbreakers game. There was the first draw ever, and we almost had the first map for in season 3. Which
I mean, we've
saved the best for
removed-
last.
Yeah, I mean, we've tried to not have draws, but what can you do? It happens.
Well, when you have
And-
2CP in a first to 2 format, I think that kind of lends itself to that for some reason. It wasn't. Oh, people. I wonder why that happened, but.
But yeah, and also just to mention again, of course, this is an elimination game, so whoever loses this will be going out. This is a must-win game. Not the case for our next game, which is still an upper bracket final, so it's still another chance there. But these two teams is their last chance to make it to the finals, and one of these teams is gonna be going home, unfortunately. By going home, I mean going to the BPL LAN that we're holding in.
That would be so sick.
We kind of had one almost.
Yeah,
I
we're
need
gonna
to
hold
need
it
to know
in the
so you
anime
can give me
convention.
the tickets.
We had one team at LAN. We just need the other team to just also be at LAN, and then
Was the people that were at LAN, they were going there for the anime convention, right?
nope, it was for BPL.
No,
Wow.
it wasn't the anime convention where Omicron just popped off. It wasn't that one. No, we don't have like an infestation in the league?
anime.
No, we're
no
good.
anime.
Okay,
Yeah.
no one's infected. Okay, cool.
No, all
that.
BPL players are vaccinated. That's one of our rules. So we're all safe. Don't worry about it.
Already doing better than some other places. Crazy that one. Crazy that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we also, I'm seeing people in chat that I neglected to mention B League. We still have a B League playoffs next week, so another week of BPL to look forward to. B League, also known as Better League, so look forward to that. as well.
Less Mickey Mouse League, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean we can have a look.
Look at this
the
top
B
4
League.
and tell me that, huh?
Yeah,
Not
look
this
at
top
that
4,
B
the
League.
A-League top 4.
B League has honestly been really, really close. Like we had like entire a day of maths to figure out what standings we put teams in because they were all one win away from each other. So it's been really, really close, and these games have been a lot of fun to watch. And we have some interesting games coming up for B League as well next weekend. So that'll be fun. But for now, A League Final 4 games. Hey, look, we have our cams up. Let's go. We have Momentum and Cowabunga, 6 players with cams.
I can make an Overwatch team with that number.
Just the true. I was watching some of the Momentum VODs, and I just love Jack's player cam, just like front and center. You can see him like in the zone. He's like, kind of like swerving to dodge bullets IRL. It's really great watching him play, and I really love the player cams. They definitely add something really great to the game.
I love seeing it when people are playing games and they move physically. Like if you're trying to turn, you just go like this. So it helps you dodge. It's real. I've tried it out myself. It works.
That's just them preparing for the evolution of video games, where it all goes to like virtual reality, and you have to actually dodge things to dodge things. It's just
if you die in the game, you die for
gaming
real.
Evolution. It's gaming evolution at its finest before our very eyes.
Well, our first map is Busan, I believe. So we're just about to go in. This is our order, like I mentioned earlier. We will see T2CP today. Cannot avoid it, but we're going into Busan first. I'm expecting a lot of fast-paced gameplay here. Maybe see some cool Ryan shatters on Mecha Base. That'll be fun. Very excited for this match, and we're just about to go in. So I'll leave you guys to it.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Vic.
Thank you very much, Vic.
Yeah, I mean, Busan is like, as I was saying, a great map for Rhine, especially Mecha Base. But Momentum already. They're probably going to run Rhine every single point. But it's a very like it's quite varied. You can play a lot of like the dive style comps in downtown and somewhat in Sanctum as well. So I'm interested to see like what Cowabunga ran out of here with. Looks like they're holding the Orisa.
Does look like that will be the case. And before we get into it, really, Ippy, I mean, we have a pause coming in, so this is a perfect time to actually talk about it. For us two, new duo coming in this season, and I believe we casted the first game of the season in B League.
It was the first game. It was pretty much an accident as well, because the specified caster wasn't able to make it, so I had to jump in, and from that it's actually kind of gone really nicely, I guess. Yeah.
And I mean, staple of B League, staple of Nightmare games, definitely. I think I casted all but one of their games where I had, unfortunately, a headache and passed out halfway through the day. So I missed the Nightmare game. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't have 100% cast rate on you guys, but I can think of no better way for the final cast for us of the season to really put the start of the end of A-League playoffs right now, the Final Four, as we cap it all off. Of course, not the cast for the entire season in the sense that we have B-League next week. You'll probably see us there. We don't know yet, but, I mean, look out for us too. Heading over there. Maybe we'll get Nightmare's game.
Maybe.
You never know.
Probably.
If they don't get knocked out first round, or if they get knocked out first round, we're going to be there, That is the hope.
It's been like great kicking off like at least almost every week. I guess EU schedules, lol, kind of have to be the first game of each day. So that means inevitably that means Nightmare and like General Fan Club, because they have a lot of EU players. They go up first. But yeah, I'm looking forward as well to like eventually when we get to the game and we eventually see the teams play. Some more names to cast, right?
Some more names, some different names. Not Ascend, Palm Crew, Rain, Sappy, all those. Mini and Bones, obviously. Those were like, I've said those names so many times this season. I just know them like the back of my hand. It just rolls off the tongue at every moment, every possibility. And I mean, I guess while we're waiting, and you guys are waiting as well, after getting off to a late start here, if you guys are just kind of like, what should I do? What's going on? It's Christmas time, whatever. What should I do? Well, I mean, there's definitely some options for you there. If you haven't gotten presents yet for anyone, maybe in your family or even for yourself, you can definitely head over to bpl-merch.solomon.gg and that place is great. They have a lot of good merch. They have a lot of good stuff for you to pick up from Season 2 of BPL. Well, I actually got this graphic behind me. That is what we had going back in Season 2. Even though I wasn't there for it, I'm happy to be able to kind of live vicariously through it via merch and this background that I was given. So you can head over there in the meantime as we wait for the game to get back on.
Absolutely. I've got my client's shirt in the mail. Closest I can get to interns. No B League, unfortunately. But you can just imagine. You can sort of like squint your eyes and think, yes, this A League team is actually the B League team I played on, and it might work. And if you're getting it as a gift for your family and friends, you get the pleasure of having to explain what BPL is to them.
Or just get the really cool looking ones, so they don't have to ask. Yeah. Like Alpine.
Yes, Alpine is a good one for like up here on looks, like up here. But like if you had to explain, I mean,
don't explain it. Just don't explain it.
You're in a rough place if you.
If you explain it, you're already losing at that point. Don't explain it. We don't talk about it. We just simply move on.
Yeah.
But visually, it looks very cool, and people are like, "Oh, this looks very cool." And they don't look at the back of their shirt, so they won't see the BPL thing. Some of the designs had the BPL logo on the back, or the BPL name on the back, so you just don't talk about it. You don't have to know. It's a cool shirt.
Yeah, I mean, shout outs to Team Week. Great merch, but here we go back into the game. Looks like we had Clockwise DC, but he's back in. So Cowabunga on this Orisa Diva Torb comp, which they've been running a lot of, versus Jack is on mirroring the Orisa, but no, they're going over to the your favorite comp, the Hog and Diva. We got 2 main supports.
Yes, the Epic Hog comp. We run 2 main supports out on the field to start it out for us here. And it's going to be Cowabunga's job to survive the onslaught of damage that'll come at them. It is going to be the Genji here. Normally this could be an Echo, but they're going to supplement the Ashe pick with that Genji instead. Looking to get into the back line. Looking for the Baptiste right there. The dash, and it's through. Jack finding the first pick for his team. It's just poetic, but they get traded out instantly. That's kind of the downsides. Once you try to get in, it can be hard to stay in. But they've done a good job of it with that res, allowing the Genji back in the fight. And now this off angle right now for Kylo Ren is being unanswered. They just don't have the ability to shut it down. And the dashes will be coming through. The resets coming with every elimination. They're just trying to stop it from going through. And Jack actually swapping off to the Wrecking Ball to try and get back fast to make sure this fight goes their way. A slam to the backside could be very effective in there. 3 people up in the air and the Torbjorn very low. And they were just backed off at the corner. Time and time again, there's nothing they could do. And the fight goes the way of Momentum to start this one out.
Yeah, and absolutely. Kylo Ren just unanswered, like you said, on this off angle. 78% to the bob already. Really good. What I also want to say as well is the Genji pick actually, like, it's always a bit questionable. Playing the Genji without the Ana is a bit weak. But like, already up to a blade, great engage on the power drive and things like that to finish off the low health targets. Really good opening play. Now Cowabunga swap off to the ball mirror. Actually playing the Sombra, trying to shut down Jack on this ball.
Yep. And maybe arriving here, rolling in the rally to try and create space. This Bob should get melted down with that high noon, but instead Jack's gonna actually take the bullet for it. I guess they'd rather have Jack dead than the Bob, and the Zen is so low after that swing. They find the supports as well, but that's 2 stuns to your face. The Genji can't do anything in the face of that CC. And now this Ashe is being pushed back to point back into danger. And okay, I thought that was an enemy crush. No, that was actually an ally crush. Wasn't in any danger there for Clap. Ultimate's back and forth in a nice little peek there. Finds the head of the Baby Diva. No remake available. That's going to try to stall this out. The hack comes through. And some nice adaptations from Cowabunga leads them to the driver's seat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit weird ult usage from Momentum there. They invest quite a lot. Don't really get anything from it. It's the clean that comes in from Clap. Excellent play. And clockwise, building up to this EMP quite fast. Only swapped off with Sombra last fight. And it's going to have the ability to shut down pretty much anything that Momentum try. So Momentum go back and switch again. It's musical chairs almost with these comps. The Hog with the EMP engage.
Go in, they find the Sombra to start, and Kylo's death won't be very. Will only be temporary. As the res comes through, and Hyper Knight goes a little bit too far. And Joaquin, who I actually don't know who that is. I think that's an alt account of one of the players, or maybe it's a ringer. I don't quite know. But they find another kill so far, swapping over to the Tracer from the Genji. Not happy with how that went after that. Ooh, that's a great flashbang into a headshot right there. Clap is finding great effectiveness. Except there. Okay, finally they find them. And the beat goes through. Just ults everywhere, particle flicks, but Clap is just not being dealt with right now. And the Bob coming out is going to try to get some value in the backside of the fight as I'm under 2 frames per second on my end, so going to be a little delayed in my thing. It's just instantly melted out, and Clap is still just pounding right now. The Pulse Bomb is going to miss, and Clap's not going to lose their life, and that should just be a reset.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's a similar fight to last time. Momentum invests a lot of ults, don't really get much for it. Jack, unfortunately, having to swap from the ball back to the Hog again. Looking for an open pick, but, you know, he's got that Discord already. You can see how fast he's been melted down, but still gets the clockwise.
Yeah, and I have been told, can they even touch this point? Don't think they can. Jordan's going to try to touch it as fast as possible, but not able to find it. And I have been told that Joaquin, I think that's how you pronounce that, is Vamp, renamed their main account. To Joaquin. So, definitely not a ringer or anything. Is a player on this team that has performed very well for them, but not enough right there as they lose the first round.
Yeah, and it's a bit odd. You know, Cowabunga open on their, I guess, you know, comfort pick of the Orisa comp, you know, with the Diva and, you know, able to bunk around. And, it does work for the first fight, almost. You know, you saw how long it took to cap that first point. Even though Momentum were able to take it first, you know, they swapped onto the ball and, you know, that did wonders. Momentum really not able to use their ultimates to the best effectiveness. Jack, you know, having to swap multiple times between different heroes. Not really building much ultimates at all. As a Momentum try a similar thing to what they've been running now with a Sigma instead of a Diva. Whereas Cowabunga on their bread and butter double shield.
It's time trying to find the Hog some value here. Jordan obviously wanted to go for a more stable thing, and Jack finds it. They speed around and find Gavin. He's gone, but Jack trades their life for it. But I say that's kind of fair. Zenyatta is such a meaningful part of the composition here for Cowabunga. So losing them so quickly gives Momentum a great position in this fight. But this is just like the last round. Could they get counter-stratted right after? You don't know just yet, as the fight's still kind of devolving on this point. But Kylo's doing the great job of ending it as fast as possible. CBT or SBT, as they are known, is now gone in this fight, but Chasey will be cleaned up. And Momentum cleanly takes this point after that really early flank from Jack, who's now back on the ball.
Yep, Jack is just playing mystery here, as it seems. But, you know, it's a kind of echoes from last fight, you know. Able to get color in a position where they're just not challenged, able to rain in shots. And I mean, they're speeding around the Hog as well to kill the Zen. You know, really does great at opening the fight. Gav, very low on this Transcendence ult charge. Such an important ultimate as well. You know, they will have the lamp, but, you know, that's... I guess they're going to be slowed down a bit for here. They're on the rotation here. They sort of in position and engaging with the window.
Maybe the flux in the air. What can it find? It's going to, in fact, find Jam. The lamp wasn't enough to save their life. Now the rest of their team will fall for it. The flux opening up the fight so perfectly for Momentum. They now have 50% in climbing, and so far Cowabunga has made minimal swaps. Nothing like we saw. That is actually the full swap to the composition we saw last round, which was their response. It seems they are confident that this is the answer to this composition.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see as well, like, Clap is not engaging with the team. He's having to check these flanks because of Vamp on the flank, on the legs. You know, and it's a great way of playing around, like, a bunker-style comp with these mobile heroes. You know, around them, make them check their 6 constantly. Is now on the ball comp, you know, going through the drum area here. They've got good cover. Can they get Jack as they stun him twice, 3 times? No, he escapes.
Jack just kind of just be rolling at times right now, and now I'm gonna put the mines down and some pressure onto Jam on the Zen there. This is the last fight. They have to kind of get onto this point and win it somehow. The Bob's in a very safe position, literally just being used kind of as a turret. 99 now taking over, overtime wick burning down, and it's going to be on Jack to try and get some value on the backside before they lose their life. They get the slam off, but is it enough? Kylo has to run, doesn't have enough healing available as SPT is gone. You only have the Lucio here on this point, but they just put it up and should be losing their life very quickly after that bash. It's just Jordan fighting alone, but actually no, Vamp is here. Well, Joaquin is here. And Kylo as well doing a lot of damage. They're all very low on this point. And it's gonna have to be onto Jam to kind of do enough damage to keep this fight in their favor. As Jack again on that ball is back and is doing a lot of damage and gonna probably secure this fight for them.
No way. The DPS on Momentum are insane. They clutched that fight completely. You know, Cowabunga get the cap, but they are almost certainly not going to go away with this point. You know, as it's a Vamp cleaning up here on the legs. The Hitscan players on Momentum doing absolute work here.
Yeah, and right now it's kind of just Kylo on this off angle. No one can kind of divert resources to touch them because they have to touch the point. They have to try to win on the point, but when that happens, you just have an Ashe off angling right here. That's another Bob almost. Started that last fight with the Bob and almost has another one. He's probably going to be able to throw it out, padding those stats for Bob's thrown, Bob damage, and all that stuff. As Clockwise can't even touch the last second. We're going to go to Mecha Base, which I think, in my opinion, does favor Momentum if they do go for that rush mirror, because Momentum, as memey as this team is, does have a very solid rush.
Absolutely. I mean, Jack is kind of the embodiment of Ryan, you know. He's going in the lobby, you know, he wants to show you his big tools that he's swinging around. And I think as well, what makes like Momentum's rush particularly interesting is that Kylo Ren and Vamp are like really flexible players. You know, they've been playing like Tracer and Reaper with their rush as well, which gives them a lot of looks actually, and means like, you know, really whatever Cowabunga come out with on this map, which looks like the ball comp again, they're going to struggle. Yeah, you know, Momentum have the ability to really counterpick whatever they want.
Interestingly, we're going to go with the Doomfist here. It's kind of... a lot of people answers at the crunch instantly Hyper Knight! Jack is going to throw that on the Twitter montage eventually. Just kind of MTDing in their words. And that's the first fight all the way over to Momentum. They're trying to get some spawn aggression going, but they should just back off and get that point percentage flipping up. Hyper Knight maybe will try to recontest, but it's going to be difficult, especially into the sim.
How come whenever I try that, I die immediately, huh? You know, Jack just charges in, MTD, like you say. You know, quick first cap. And, you know, there's even another fight breaking out just as it was capped. Window engage from Momentum.
When the Shadow goes down, puts the Diva on the ground and out of mech. Hyper Knight just kind of fearing for their lives here as the multiple angles of damage are coming out. They're calling for the pause. We'll see if that comes in just a moment as the fight ends. They might have gotten mustard for this. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's the team name again coming up. Momentum from the ults that were built in the previous fight. You know, window and an early shatter as well. Taking out the Diva there and just pretty much dismantling the team. Great wall as well. To wall off the rest of Cowabunga behind choke, and you just can only listen and as you can't help your team. But Cowabunga, hopefully after we get, you know, back into game after this pause, we'll see that they have a lovely ult bank built up. They'll be able to turn the fight by using it to the best of their ability, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting that they roll out on the Doomfist there instead of something like a Mei Sim. It's kind of, I think a lot of teams kind of view it as like, I've seen a lot of it on Control Center of Li Jiang where they go Doom Sim. Like I've seen Doom Sim a lot in NA contenders and such. And it's kind of weird because you normally see it with that sim, but we didn't see that come out for Cowabunga. And it seems like they were just like, hey, we'll just throw aggression at the wall. But then when your Reinhardt gets instantly crunched, what can you do for the retake, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty rough. Production giving us a visual of the screen, and it looks like just Jam is the only one on Cowabunga with an ultimate. Clockwise, unfortunately, DC'd, so will lose whatever ultimate charge they had. So, I mean, yes, you can totally win fights with Window, but like, think about where the team is going to be aggressing from. You're aggressing from a very tiny choke. You know, you've really got to like push out fast, use that window like in a position where you can actually take advantage of it and not like window the door and then like have like a 10-degree little pinhole that you're shooting through, right?
Yeah. And this is a first to 3 series, a first for these teams here this season. And I mean, we're going to start it out whichever way this does go. Obviously, it is going to be loser's pick. And so I think you're going to see something very very a great dichotomy in what these teams kind of want to go for. Obviously, Momentum is going to want to go for rush maps, right? Or even potentially Blizzard World. They have had a great record on Blizzard World this season, even if it isn't traditionally a rush map. It does allow for a lot of flank angles, which they love to run with that hog comp. Whereas Cowabunga is going to be like, we want to stay as far away from Jack as possible. So we are going to go for any map that allows us to just sit back behind a Orisa shield and just shoot him. So it should be interesting to see how that unfolds.
Yeah, and with our next map being 2CP, you think probably Volskaya, maybe Anubis. Definitely not Hanamura. If I see Hanamura, I will mold. That would be the wrong pick.
Don't try to ego check Momentum or Jack or anyone on that team. You will lose the check. You will lose the ego check very quickly if you try to do that. You have to respect them, even if they were, I think, the second lowest seed team in the entire season or something similar to that. I think maybe how many of those 16 teams? So maybe like 14th or 13th, maybe. But they were a very low ranked team, but they have top 4 of the playoffs for a very good reason, and that's because they came out with an unorthodox comp, the Epic Hog comp, to counter any of those weird matchups that Rush kind of loses to. They were like, we're just gonna bust this out, and people don't know how to play against Hog, so we'll win like that. And then in Rush Mirror, they go dummy.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we'll see more of that. We're just gonna throw to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll get the pause sorted, and we'll be back into the game as soon as we can.
Welcome back from that short little break, everybody. And an update for you, because I know that's what you guys are listening for. We will most likely be having a replacement come in for Clockwise, as their internet is unresponsive, and internet issues are unfortunately unavoidable at times and something we have to deal with here, especially with so many different servers and regions that we're kind of in. Things can go wrong very quickly.
Absolutely. It sounds like we're getting Deckham in as a replacement. So not a ringer, just a sub, I guess you can think of it
Yeah.
as, Cowabunga player. Which is good, definitely the most optimal and definitely where you want, you gotta remember this is, lower bracket semis. This is knockout potential for this team, and you don't want to be thinking, in the future, oh, we were knocked out because we have a ringer. No, so we got Deccan playing for his team. Absolutely.
Yeah. Unless I got Coconut, in which case you're like, yes, we'll have a ringer. We'll have one ringer, please.
Yeah, sure. I'll take a proper.
I'll take the best DPS in the league. Come on, no, don't worry. Maybe that'll make people mad, but Coco is actually incredible. But back to the match at hand. We're gonna do a little bit of fakeroo, a little bit of roundabout right there. As the lamp is already gonna get forced out here for momentum, but Hyper Knight is getting a little bit pounded. No healing coming in. He's on 100 HP for so long. They're gonna try to high noon out. The sim wall definitely does prevent that. I don't think it's gonna break. Oh, it comes down just the type of the DM is perfect. But no, Joaquin there. He's off the flank and he loses his life for it because they can just get flashed so easily with that Cassidy. There's just a quick cleanup after that. The point flips over, but they're not gonna get enough percentage to make it really worth the lost fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great. It's Cowabunga split hard there. You saw Hyper Knight holding shield desperately, looking for some heals, and Momentum able to just basically run over the other half of the team and clean up. With the Blizzard, great plays. And now you see Cowabunga go on the low ground, but the beat and bomb engage. What's going to look for it?
They're just gonna look for anything and everything they can. That was weird because the Mayblock actually stopped the Shadow from hitting the Frozen Reinhardt. Don't think Jack was ready for that one, but still, the effectiveness can't be denied. And the point flipped over once again under their very noses. So they didn't get as much. This map could have almost basically been over by now. 93%, but instead, it's only going to be 76.
Jack, in true MTD fashion, blocks the shatter and then immediately presses Q and hits an ice block. Sometimes you just do that, right? I also want to say as well, Momentum looking down on this choke really good. Looking for the engages, block the bomb. It still gets SBT, and that could be the opening that Cowabunga need.
That was really unlucky. Kind of a miscommunication there between SBT and Jack in terms of what happened. Jackham throws out the May Blizzard, trying to get enough value out of it before the round does end, but it ends before their very eyes.
No.
And they just don't get anyone to touch. The Tracer isn't there to touch. And yeah, quite an unfortunate ending there for Cowabunga. But I mean, if you're a Momentum fan, starting this out strong is exactly what you need.
Yeah, that honestly slipped my mind too. The objective is needs to be touched in those kind of moments, and unfortunately, Cowabunga not able to get there. And it's a shame as well because it's such an even fight, like pretty much equal amount of resources in terms of ultimates put into that fight. It definitely could have been winnable for Cowabunga, but unfortunately, they're not able to get anyone to touch it, and unfortunately miss out on the final fight there. But like what I want to say as well, it has been pretty close so far. Like Cowabunga have shown like they're willing to try different things to counter what Momentum doing, and that's kind of exactly what you need. Because Momentum are this kind of weird team that play their own kind of style. Like, sure, they play Rush, but then they have the Epic Hot Comp. And, you need an answer to it. And, I think it's encouraging, like, at least early on, you try a bunch of things. It's first to 3. You can drop a map in experimentation and hope that, during this break, you're talking about whatever you need to do to bring it back, right?
Yeah, and I think Control probably favors Momentum the most of any map type because they are pretty much chaos. And I mean, Control is that chaotic game mode where fights happen extremely quickly. You don't have a lot of time to fight plan. It can be kind of a thing where teams that are slower at fight planning, that don't really plan fast enough, they get caught up in it, where they just seem to like walk in a confused way because they haven't made a plan fast enough like they would on, like, let's say 2CP where we're going next, right? You have a grand amount of time between each fight to make a plan or what to do, to talk about things. You don't have that on Control. And Momentum, they operate off of pure instinct and substances. I'm gonna say substances, okay? They just, I'm pretty sure Jack and Jordan are like Omega high right now, and I've said this in the past, that them being high is like a stacking overtime buff. The longer the match goes, the better they get.
I'm sure I've heard people in ranks say that as well, and it normally doesn't pan out. But I'll tell you what, though, I'm molding because the thing that I said shouldn't happen has happened, and that Cowabunga has picked Hanamura into Momentum. And yeah, I was saying like before the break, you know, out of any 2CP map you choose, you probably choose one where you can play your Comfort Orisa pick, and you don't play one which enables Rush so well like Hanamura. You already know Momentum are going to go in with the Rhine Sim, they're going to TP to any one of 8 spots which you've immediately got to turn your crosshairs to and deal with. Like, that's how they're going to play. So I guess they're going to try and, you know, mirror that, or like play a bunker on defense A. But like the weakness there with the bunker comp is like you have the potential to be out-rotated by the Sim and the Rush, right? You know, TP baits, you know, flanking around and going to a different position and stuff like that, you know, with Lucius speed boost. It's definitely something you can do with that sort of Rush comp on that map. So will be interesting to see like what Cowabunga run here. Like, have they got something brewing? You know, is there a secret strat that we're not aware of?
I mean, I've seen Cowabunga cast them in the past where they love fair defenses and fair attacks, I'm pretty sure, unless they were running Rush that map. That was like second week, so.
Second week, long time ago.
Second week, long time ago. Not in my brain anymore, but I do remember they were playing a lot of fair. Clockwise specifically was playing a lot of fair and was doing extremely well for this team. And Clockwise, I don't believe is back. I'm pretty sure it's Deckham. The internet issues have been a problem. If Clockwise is back, maybe they try to go back to that strategy. But I mean, Deckham, Clockwise on the fair is definitely a threat, but nothing I don't think Momentum hasn't faced before. Especially teams that are trying to counter-strat them would definitely try to pull out fair first. So should be ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you saw what Coloren could do on the Ash, on Busan. Really going unchecked and winning some of those fights, especially the last fight on Sanctum. It was just them and Vamp, you know, kind of taking over the game. So in terms of hit scan prowess, I don't think Momentum have anything to be worried about. So Cowabunga, the ball defense. This is an interesting. So actually, I just interrupted myself. You say that, like you mentioned, Clockwise. Clockwise looks like he's back in.
He's back.
Hopefully, permanently. It'd be nice to have those internet issues resolved. So maybe we can see. You know, I know Clockwise is an excellent Farah. So hopefully we can see that Farah defense comes to play. But I'm not sure about the ball. It seems like a weird kind of pick. Like, sure, you can engage on people as they rotate, but a sim comp isn't going to look to rotate. It's going to immediately teleport and finish the rotation in instant time. So Chasey is going to have to, you know, really pop off here on the ball to make this worth it.
So Deckham will be sliding over to that off-tank position. They're trying to disrupt the TP as much as possible. They're trying to look out for the fair, trying to get some value in the backside. Jordan should be aware of this and have that DM ready. A little bit out of position to stop it initially. One tick is already going to go over and have to get onto this point via some means. Normally is going to be that ball or that diva. They have to look at this fair as much as possible, and Jordan is actually going to try to take CLCO out of the sky. There's almost even enough 3 whole ticks before they even get that contest going. Force out the lamp though, so it's a good start. And they're just going to be throwing damage in through these windows. Chasey is gone. The barrage is up! They don't have the DM for it, apparently, but the rest of the team does fall. Clap is trying something here, but it's the turret. It's definitely limiting their ability to have much impact, as the point does fall 6 minutes on that clock, and they're going to try to get everyone regrouped and on to the next point.
And that's the kind of disadvantage with the ball comp, is like, once Momentum on the point, they have such good point presence. You know, you can't have anyone on that Cowabunga team really go in. Like, sure, the ball can touch momentarily, but you know, you saw how long it took. They built 3 full ticks before they even wanted to engage, and then even then they were able to pick apart the pieces. Wait. So looks like they're going for another TP onto the lamp, straight onto the point again. Are we seeing a repeat? This might be a very quick cap.
That's quite the innovation right there, as it's going to be actually just 1v1ing Jam in the back, just caking him out. And now it's just time to mitigate the ability for Bob to do much damage before taking him out. Someone has to get on Clap, though. They are low, and Jordan's going to take that responsibility for themselves. 50 HP, can't really peek any amount of damage are also going to get taken out, but that Dynamite is going to do a very good job of allowing them to push in and really just clean up these health bars that are lasting. I mean, Jordan, why are you even throwing that out? You're not going to find much with it. But a lot invested there for momentum, and they get almost 2 ticks, but not quite.
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely think it's Clockwise coming back on spawn. I mean, he's doing work. Already built up to another barrage. Going to have that ready to go. Probably looking for, you know, to catch them as they go through the TP. But yeah, you know, the old bank, as you said, definitely in their favor now. Momentum gonna be a bit slow here. Okay, so they're building up to the shatter, but who exactly on this team do you shatter? Do you teleport into the backline and shatter jam on the Ana? Probably not worth it. But as we see, the TP onto the top left high ground. Is the barrage coming in? I sense it, I taste it, there it is.
That's quite a far away barrage you're trying to go for as Clap. Low on the outside, isn't going to get enough damage. And talk about what's going to get shattered. Apparently nothing. Nothing will get shattered. It's not a single person is in sight for it. The is again on that backside looking for a kill on the enemy support line. They almost get it on CLCO. They're quite low, but the Bob is going to stall enough time for the team to get back, the Pharah to get back. As Romad's in a bad position now, antied, but does have that lamp available, and he's just trying to spamming healings, especially onto Jack right now, but Clockwise is unabated so far. The D.Va was the first casualty for momentum, and without that DM, there's no way to control Clockwise.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit scrappy from momentum there. I think Jack shatters Deckham just as he was getting into mech. I think like iframe's still in effect there, so not able to get the shatter off, unfortunately. And now you see actually Parody swap off the sim onto the Cassidy. Definitely an obvious pick to deal with the Pharah, who, you know, is just pumping rockets into your backline as you make the rotations. Definitely a problem, but like, how are you going to engage really? Like, you've kind of got like a bunch of people from Cowabunga just free roaming, doing side quests around the map, you know, dealing damage to your team. The Nano comes out.
I don't really know how much Clockwise is going to be able to get done from this position. Not really set up for success, but it does get the barrage off. Only takes out Parody, though. The rest of the team should be falling around them, though. Once again, on that dangerous stuff, but Kylo's actually going to be the one to take them out. This Blizzard on point is going to lock up these tanks for now, but somehow Romad has died to the bomb. That could allow them to get back into this fight. They're trying to do their best to stall, but they're just dead in 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Not the most amount of time you can get, but still quite respectable for Hanamura.
Yeah, an excellent cap. And I love how aggressive the is being on the Lucio. Just, you know, wall riding completely into the enemy backline. You know, able to take out the main supports there. Just great to see. But yeah, no, I think definitely like getting CLCO disconnected from the Pharah. Parody able to like take advantage of that and really open up the fight was really what it did for them. You know, a kind of poor nano, a poor barrage, and those tools kind of go to waste, and it just means that momentum just kind of, you know, win it out, and then they can use their ultimates, you know, the Blizzard, clean it all up. So excellent play. So I think like momentum's comp here on the defense makes absolute sense. It's bread and butter, like Maycas rush. Really nothing to say about it. Cowabunga going for the sort of like ball D.Va dive makes a lot of sense, I think. You definitely have like a lot of ways to get like Echo in and around the walls. I say that as they go on a flank to the enemy backline, and they will never suspect a thing because we don't have very loud footsteps that can't be heard. I wonder actually if this is actually going to get any value, or we're going to see a very quick.
I want to see the charge into the spawn. It's going to happen. Jam is gone. CLCO is gone. And honestly, that's quite funny. I think I actually remember, I think it was a Jack team that was hitting this as The comes back in, tries to boot them off, but I think it was a Jack team that I scrimmed back in World Cup that did the exact same thing on Hanamura to my team, and let me tell you, it was quite effective for us. Definitely boomed our mentals.
Yeah, I was going to say psychic damage definitely in effect here. Like, you're immediately a bit tilted coming out of the gate, and that does not bode well. Chasey and Clap identify correctly and go straight to the point, force the cap, and it does force momentum back. Not able to get a tick up. Unfortunately, the wall running god just like basically zooms into the back line, takes out Chasey, and it's already another 5v6. It's kind of up to Momentum to lose here.
Right now, it's gonna be Clap trying to run in to the demise, and I mean, they have to swap. They have to swap the comp now. They have to try and mirror, I guess. They might go over to that Symmetra, I assume. Try and get past them? No, just gonna completely mirror them, but now they're behind on ultimates. This sets up a bad ult rotation against Cowabunga. Now you have to deal with the fact that they're gonna have ults online first, which are gonna lead to more ults for the rest of their teammates, and you only have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, so you have to try and win this fight, and try to make some amount of ults off of it. You get the Shatter out, but what else can you do? This seems like a horrible idea to try and mirror them here.
Yeah, there's no other way that fight goes. They don't even use... I was gonna say, I thought, Momentum would engage with the window. Actually, it's a great wall, pushing aggressive with the speed boost. Looking for another cheeky wall here. Color in position, probably with the Blizzard. Deckham's going to have to be wise to this and flick around with the Deebery, but misses it.
They just do not know. They are unawares. Laughing Green Amphibian. They don't know, chat. As they did swap off to that Symmetra to try and get past them, but how are you going to get past them when they are stopping you in your spawn, basically?
Yeah, absolutely. The one salvage for Cowabunga here is that all these fights have been very, very quick. Clockwise already up to the Blizzard, doing a great job of building that. And we'll have that as a great engage tool here. As a kind of poor wall comes out from Momentum. So if Cowabunga are going to go, it's going to have to be right now.
Just going to throw everything at the wall here for Momentum. Try to get this wall down in time. Try and put it through that window. They're going to flash around the corner! I don't know if you want to commit Blizzard now. You're trying to have to reset once again. Maybe use that wall and Blizzard for next fight, but I mean, again, the ult cycle, they have back to the Shatter, and if they get a massive Shatter off, you might just be doomed.
Yeah, absolutely. It is at least an expensive fight for Momentum, and using the bomb and the High Noon, not really too much avail either. The Shatter, you don't even need to Shatter, just swing at them.
It's going to be a massive bomb coming through. Can they clean up the rest of the fight? It's so split here. Momentum is going to do everything in the power to make you uncomfortable. Even in a rush competition, they're going to play different. They're going to play unique. They're just built. They are constructed abnormally right now, as Parody is going to be dueling this D.Va. Is going to lose it. Not a 1v1 you normally win there on the... Oh, the Cassidy is clockwise. It's a nutty shot there as May, trying to do more of those shenanigans, doesn't have it. But they have a Symmetra teleporter onto this point. They're going to get back faster, but, that's a lot of time burnt off this clock now for Cowabunga, and the second point might not fare much better for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be slow unless they can get a surprise TP, with the beat engage. But ultimates on Momentum side, Blizzard such a good ultimate for locking down final point, and they teleport around left side, quite typical. They should be ready to read this, but the High Noon might do damage.
Oh, that's gonna do a lot. Oh no, but they're still gonna break it through. They invest the beat into a fight where everyone's frozen. They're getting High Noon. I don't know if that's quite the play. You do have Deckham kind of taking Chasey's kill. I think they really. Oh my! That's the cliff of death. Don't go there. Do not go there.
Yeah, Seal CEO with a great fadeaway. And, the High Noon from Parody doesn't get any kills, but what it does do is remove instantly the shields generated from the beat drop. And that's really what is able to, clean up very quickly off the back of that. And now, even if Cowabunga win here, they're at a worse time bank compared to Momentum. They have the Blizzard of their own with a bomb engage. This might be nice.
Oh, it's massive! They're gonna put the Shatter down. I don't know if that's enough, but the bomb finds Seal. They can get a stall going. There's 2 minutes on the clock. How much can they take off? As Jordan will be looking to touch, maybe give off a tick or two. Not even wanting to give over that one tick. Once they get as much time as possible, The is back. They can start rotating their stallers. As Jam is going to try and secure this with that window, but can they? They have a counter window coming out to provide a lot of healing on the point. Trek is going to be charging out of spawn. He's going to get put on the ground and taking their life away. But still, a lot of stall already completed, and the ult bank for Cowabunga has been depleted. And Kylo is going to come back, trying to build up towards that May Blizzard, and that could be the turning point of this fight. The beat just stalling for time at this point, just waiting for the ultimate bank to swing into their favor. Chasey is one. They are now gone. The Blizzard prevents them from trying to push. Someone has to break these sim turrets, though, or else it's over. Romad has to touch them eventually at one point, but they just don't, and they're just constantly peppering them in the back. It just does too much damage over too much of a time bank. Can they get this to 0 seconds is the question. I don't know if they're going to win it, but that's what they need is the double pulse for parity! He's going to go crazy. He's going to go nuclear, trying to save this point for his team. Trying to get this health pack, but it doesn't just quite find it. They have to get back on this point. Everyone's in full stall mode, but they don't touch!
Yeah, wow. Parody, so close, I think. Jack unfortunately knocked down to the low ground. Really not anyone able to touch. And I think what wins that fight for Cowabunga is the shatter from Chasey that takes down 3 people like immediately on the respawn. That's such an important fight win there, or like kills to get, because that means you aren't getting momentum members trickling back in. You know, Hanamura spawns brutal for the defense, for the offense, right? You know, it's so quick for the defense to get back in. So killing 3 people immediately means you can get your stragglers back in. You can have a full attack on the point, and you know, able to just win it out just by you know, eking out the time bank, essentially. You know, killing anyone that comes out of spawn. Really well played from Cowabunga there, and you know, despite the huge pulse bomb from Parody, you know, switching over to the Tracer and building it very fast. You know, it's the Blizzard and just the better presence for Cowabunga there. So going back to comps here, I think Cowabunga, they realize the rush, you know, it did work for them. You know, they were able to work it. The ball comp, not really a pick for this map. I'm really hoping that Jack does not do the spawn cam again. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Cowabunga expecting it so well, they go out a different door to avoid the potential.
Trying to rotate faster than them, but they lose jam in the process. Don't know if that's quite worth it. You don't have much time here. If this fight does stall out, however, and they keep losing members over an amount of time, then this could be extremely bad for Cowabunga. They don't have much time bank to work with. They're trying to take out Jack to try and set the fight up for them, but they don't find it. And now 30 seconds are just gone from the clock, and not much has been accrued for them outside of some ultimates for momentum's sake.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to have another fight here, but it might be without your Diva, as that is a brutal stagger onto Deckham. And they identify and get rid of the teleporter. That's going to set them back as well. It just means that the Sim TP goes on cooldown. They're only going to be able to teleport at the last second here, and it's probably going to have to be a teleport to the point. Very readable. No, they actually go through the window again. The wall actually blocks. I don't think all the members go through.
They have 3 seconds to touch, and Chasey's now gone. Jack is a free shatter. Should get put down at any point in time. They want to secure this fight. They don't want to let this turn the other way. Look, they're trying to shut the Sim. No one gets on top of them fast enough. There they are. It's going to be take them out, to remove them from the fight, remove their threat. And that's a full hold here for momentum. They cannot lose this map officially. The worst that can happen for them is a draw. And even that, I doubt, seeing as how their first attack went.
Yeah, absolutely. Clockwise, again, doing a great job of building up to the Blizzard. Actually, like, starts the animation, but is shattered midway, so the snowball doesn't actually come out. Not that it would have really turned that fight anyway. You know, you've got all of the momentum on the point versus, I think, a May and a Lucio at that point. You know, it's really no challenge. But I think momentum did so well playing around the teleporters. I really love the wall onto the TP because it can like split up or stop people from teleporting through that, and you know that immediately means, you know, you're not getting your back peels or you're not getting your DM that you need to protect like your Ryan or things like that. Excellent play from momentum there, and you know it's really up to them now. You know, we saw what they did on the attack. We know that this is a great rush team. And you think that you can beat Cowabunga's, you know, rush defense here. Thankfully, not playing the ball comp again. I would not have agreed with that on the defense.
But don't you think this was a bit of hubris here from Cowabunga to take them to Hanamura? I mean, you said it. You called it. Don't go here. And they have kind of proven why you should not go here against this team. You have map pick. You have map advantage. Why are you going to a map that they're going to be comfortable on?
It does seem a bit odd, but maybe we'll get some answers to that later on, depending on the result. As momentum coming out running here, looking for a TP probably to top left, looks like. Nope, straight to point they go.
Straight they go. The own wall almost kind of messing it up. They had their counter TP available there for Cowabunga to TP them back to the point. The lamp is now gone, but Parody is set up and ready to farm. Clap is in danger. It's kind of just carry and help your Symmetras as much as possible. They're going to do the most amount of damage. Now Parody is fully online, ready to just melt people instantly. Once those cooldowns are gone, there's nothing to stop them. Parody's going crazy. The B League Prodigy is back onto A League, into the playoffs, into the Final Four, and they are proving why they were promoted, why they are here. Parody has been absolutely amazing this entire season. And they are going 2-0 over Cowabunga and kind of showing why this team is here in this top 4. That they are not fraudulent, that they are in fact a dominant force.
Yeah, I love it. And I mean, it's excellent play as well. I think Momentum show they know everything they need to know about the Rush comp. They wall their own TP to protect it. You can't break it, you know, and the teleporter still goes through it. Excellent, you know, make sure you get onto that point uninterrupted. It means it ruins their rotation, Cowabunga's rotation onto that point. And, you know, like you were saying, Parody, free roam to just build up an infinite charge. And, you know, just beam everyone down with the microwave. Excellent play.
And with that, we are 2-0, and it's first to 3 this time around. So we're going to have a little bit of a break here to get these teams some time to think and reflect on what they should do for next map. But we're going to be showing through to a very short break, and we're going to be happy to see you on the way back.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by Pika's Halo Hootenanny. That's right, it's a non-Overwatch event. Come and play in our first Halo Infinite event on December 17th to 19th, the week after the B League Grand Finals. We'll have a player draft, free-for-all Steaming match, and a double elimination bracket. And of course, we'll stream the whole thing here on the BPL channel. Sign up to play, captain, or help out at phh.solomon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the match here between Momentum and Cowabunga. It is your losers semis, and remember, whoever loses this does in fact go home, and they only need one more map here if you're Momentum to do so and send Cowabunga home and make their way further into this bracket. I mean, the 13th seed making a run like this is crazy, absolutely crazy.
Absolutely. I mean, it's pretty much been the longest possible run you could have of, going into play-ins, round one. You're going through 2 rounds of those, into the playoffs, immediately going into the loser bracket and making a full losers bracket run. It would be legendary if they can pull it all the way to grand finals. Even if they don't win, what an achievement for this team to go pretty much the full distance.
Yeah, and I think we can all agree here that Momentum will actually win the whole thing. They'll go to the grand finals. They will 3-0 summit, and it'll be a great time watching Momentum be crowned the victor. And I hope you guys can all look forward to that. But in all honesty, obviously, Momentum is looking extremely strong so far and looking to continue it and kind of finish out this match quickly. You don't want to let this fester for too long. The longer it lasts, the more opportunity there is for shenanigans to occur, for a little bit of trolling to perhaps happen, for some tomfoolery to triumph and actually lead to a Cowabunga reverse sweep. You don't want that. So, in fact, I believe they're going to try and just bulldoze their way through. And on Dorado, it might be difficult for them to do that on a rush comp.
Yeah, absolutely. Cowabunga seem much more comfortable with the sort of Orisa style comps. That's what we've been playing before, with a lot of like the Cassidy, the Torb, Zen, and things like this. So Dorado as a map pick for them makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of high ground you can control very well. There aren't really that many great flanks, so even if Momentum were to try, say, the epic Hog comp, it might not come out to fullest effect. So yeah, if there's any place you start the reverse sweep, it's definitely here. You set yourself up for success.
We get that great music going, and we are gonna enter onto Dorado, onto the streets of Mexico, to see, will Momentum close this one out? Or will it be the potential starting of a reverse sweep? We'll see. But first, Cowabunga is rolling out with an unorthodox comp, to say the least. What am I looking at, Ippy? What is that on my screen? That's not 6-man. That is... Okay, never mind. It's 6-man. It's 6-man.
It's... I was going to be very worried for a second. I was very worried that we were about to see some of the strangest gameplay ever. The Winston Orisa synergy has not really been written down in the tombs of the great Overwatch players. Momentum, on the other hand, I say that they're running exactly what. Oh my goodness. Okay, whatever. Oh, sure. Orisa Winston, we'll see how it works. Okay, Orisa Hog makes a lot more sense. Pull Pork is.
I liked it better when no one was making sense.
They run out with it.
In. Jack, oh my, 70 HP, dead, gone, goodbye, deleted, gone. You're taken out, taken care of. This is gonna be a spawn camp. They get the hack onto Romad and they're gone. I don't know if Epic Hog comp is gonna break them out of this, but a rush composition, now that's where we're talking.
Absolutely. So, I mean, yes, sure, it can get you some distance on the cart because there's not much to do that a dive comp can like pressure the amount of point presence. I mean, especially if these getting picked like that.
He has just been absolutely bloodthirsty his entire series. I mean, this is like the Lucio in this league that just will completely just go for your backline under any circumstances possible and not care, because this team does not actually have the same level of
fear,
fear of losing, right? If they lose, they laugh it off on Twitter because they have so much clout, but they don't care.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely like, part of their game plan of like, see enemy, push W, and run into them at full force. Jack, he's got the big glowing shatter, and he's looking for it, and lays it down.
Goodbye, Sombra. You're gone. Jack obviously hates that character, wants them out of the field, but they just need to go low for it. Someone save Jack. Save Joe. Save Jack. Okay, they don't save Jack. Jack is dead. Jack is gone. In fact, there'll be a Reaper in the backside of the fight looking for something clap. almost gets it, but the Coalescence keeps them up. And that should be the fight going. I would say this competition does matchup does typically favor Momentum, but I mean, maybe.
Yeah, so I think a big problem for Momentum there was just a split. You know, you saw Jack going off to the left-hand side here. Kind of split from the team, backing off the healing, not able to get it. Obviously, Romad not in position there. Looks like they might be going for like a high noon play here, and they pull it out. Does it get anything?
Gets Chasey falling out of the sky. WTF in the chat, not realizing that they were aware. They were definitely in line of sight of that high noon. And now the push does come through for Momentum. A 1v1 here. Jack trying to clean it up, but not going to find it. In fact, his team is going to be left out to drive, and the EMP comes through, and the Blossom to finish it up. And the drink of water from Clap.
Excellent. The EMP Blossom, sure, it's a fight winner. There's really not much you can do against that, but it is expensive. Obviously, EMP is such an important ultimate here. Jack's had enough of the Reinhardt and decides, nope, Hog's the name of the day. Will they expect this? Actually, Clockwise has to get out of dodge.
I mean, it's just like Jack. I mean, you're just dead right now, right? They're just going to run over you on the 6-man. What can you really do? You can't even hit these hooks right now. You're going to have to just heal. This Reaper is going to go for you. He's going to Wraith out, but oh my god, Kylo on that Echo could be the saving grace here. Could be the way they get through here. The hook comes through. They're trying to remove Chasey from that mech. Can they do it? I don't know quite yet. The Coalescence is going to keep everyone nice and healthy while also putting pressure here onto Momentum. And it's just Jack kind of walk up, trying to get the resources out of Cowabunga before they go Hyper Knight. 4% to that Primal. They need that before they go down, but they don't find it. It's going to be Joaquin looking for the Pulse Bomb here. Can they find it on a key target to remove them from the fight? Actually, it's just be Kylo, and just killing 3 in this fight so far. And Kylo finds the 4th. Nothing can stop the DPS here for Momentum. And the swap is paying off, despite the fact that, I mean, it should be hard for Jack to operate.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely see it. Like, the hooks really not landing. I mean, if you hook the D.Va, not even the best, you know, target you could reach, because D.Va can defense matrix, fly out very easily. I will say that Jack's right-click spacing is really good. He knows exactly the range to get the max damage out of each right-click, as Vamp looks like he's going down.
Vamp is gone. Pepe hands. Gonna be the counter push coming out from Cowabunga, but Chasey's low. It's gonna be hard for them to do much. Bomb to the backside to create some space, and Jack finds a pick on Clockwise. Someone who's looking to try and farm off of Jack isn't able to do so. In fact, getting farmed by Jack themselves. There's going to be a full retreat here from Cowabunga to try and save up for this next Wombo combo of ultimates that's going to come out.
Yeah, and Hyper Knight invests the Primal Rage for, I'm not so sure quite what reason, but maybe Chasey pulls it back with a kill on Kylo Ren like that. And another EMP Blossom coming in.
EMP Blossom does come through. Jack is gone, so is Romad. And they just popped everything though for that, right? That's 5 ults off the table now for Cowabunga. Momentum now has their turn. It's the turn-based game. It's their turn to act.
Yeah, absolutely. Duplicate, like, sure, D.Va's always like a good duplicate target. It might be quite difficult to actually get anyone with a bomb of the duplicated bomb, just because they're all so mobile. We'll see how it goes. And Vamp, I think, has been holding onto this pulse bomb for quite a while. Really just needs to like get into the backline like that and take out the Moira immediately.
Jam is now gone. Chasey does find Jordan, but they have to deal with another D.Va. They didn't take them all out. They have another one right here. Just gonna be throwing out free bombs, basically. That's the Echo experience right there. So looking for the Sombra, actually trying to spy check, but not gonna find it.
Yeah, Sombra out. And Cowabunga, unfortunately, not close to any ultimates, and with full point presence from Momentum, it's going quite hard for them to really win this fight. Hyper Knight's so low already.
Hyper Knight is just gone. The Pulse Bomb as well is going to find Gavin the Slim out of this fight now. Joaquin's trying to run away with Vamp. I don't really know what to call him. They renamed their main account, but they like rebrand? I don't know quite yet as the fight. Definitely not going in the favor unless the bomb kills 5. Doesn't kill 5. Does in fact kill none. Quite a bit less than 5 actually, but Hyper Knight is back. Maybe can farm closer to that Primal Rage, but everyone else is just so low on the team, and Jam's nowhere to be seen. I mean, you commit the EMP, but can you follow up? No, there's no way you follow up and kill anyone here. That's one of your main win conditions off the table.
Yeah, that's a poor ultimate usage there, and 6-man is definitely all about the ult usage. Sure, EMP Blossom wins you fights, but when you're running the 6-man, you want to try and win fights cheaper, right? You want to try win with a Coal Blossom instead, something like that, and have better ult rotations. The bomb from Jordan unfortunately doesn't get anything. As again, like last point, like Cowabunga, like pushing up in after momentum, push up.
We beat so incredibly late. We've already lost 3. Can we keep up in this fight even with that beat? No, we can't. Jordan, you gotta not get remacked. You can't get staggered out here. You only have 49 seconds, but off the map you go. Run to the coast. Thank you, Jordan. Nice.
Yeah, Momentum will have one fight here, and it's a pretty good one. They've got the duplicate, they've got another pulse bomb, and they've got the Valkyrie. Like, it's definitely a lot more tools than Cowabunga have, but an early engage like that might just turn the fight completely.
Everyone's just gone to reset the fight. 20 seconds remaining. They didn't have their diva there with their mech with the DM to keep people alive. Hyper Knight might be going a little bit over aggressive, but just more ult charge for Jam. They have the EMP almost up. They have that beat. How will Momentum play around that?
Yeah, Jack actually swapping onto the ball, but Clockwise ready with that EMP, gonna take out the ball pretty much immediately as Kylo engages with the duplicate.
There they go, and it's gonna be on to Kylo here to keep Clockwise out of the fight. Keep the EMP at minimum effectiveness. They're gonna bomb before that EMP can possibly come out. Translocator is down. How do they get around this? They're gonna go in possibly with the bomb, but they don't. No one gets taken out, and the EMP finds not a single player. I don't think I see a single player EMP'd in that top right corner. That's a bit of a whiff with your biggest ultimate, but don't worry, Vamp is gonna donate a kill over to you. And this is now definitely dangerous as the crunch comes out and Hyper Knight is one shot. They have to keep this Reaper ult at bay, but they can't do it entirely. Kylo Ren is down the carry for this team. The soldier swap, they're trying to res it back up. They get the res off on Kylo Ren, but the picks are going back and forth right now. It's up all on the Kylo to carry this, and Clap is gonna shut them down. And despite the toss away of ultimates, they could still win this, but they have the mines available. They're gonna throw it out, try to stall. Soldier is back and finds Clap, don't touch! It's unfortunate, but still wasn't in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, either way, you imagine Cowabunga win that fight even without the C9. It's a bit unlucky. You see Jack, kind of kicking himself there, and the webcam. It's a bit unfortunate, and it was going so well for Momentum as well, because you saw, like, Kylo Ren was just glued onto Clockwise onto Sombra. Like, engaging with a duplicate, peppering the Sombra with shots so Sombra can't get off manual hacks. Throws the Translocator, destroys the Translocator so she can't EMP with it. And, like you said, the EMP caught absolutely nothing. Such a great way to play around that EMP. Basically just force the Sombra out. But unfortunately, it doesn't go quite well. I mean, Clap on the Reaper doing work. That self-sustain really coming in clutch, able to take down finish off these low health targets on Momentum. And, finish off on a kind of rough place to be held on point C as well.
Still, quite a far ways they went. And so far in this series, Momentum has shown that they do have good defense. So I don't doubt that they can do this, but they're going to be running the Epic Hog comp. We run 2 main supports. I think they consider this a better comp than Rush into a potential 6-man. I still should be seeing. It seems like this is their favorite composition into that one. In my opinion, I think Rush actually does beat 6-man quite effectively, but Momentum is Momentum, and they are in the driver's seat right now. They are the ones deciding things. I can't decide for them.
Yeah, so Cowabunga running the 6-man comp again. It's a little bit weaker here because of all the high ground. You can't get your Moira up to heal your Winston, and Hyper Knight gets killed off as a result. Clockwise forced the TP out, and it's kind of, Jack able to go in to point here and pretty much just control all the people in this little alcove.
It's going to be a lot of ult charge for Jam. They're looking for that Coalescence as soon as possible. Jack no longer has the breather, now the prime target. They're going to try to rush him down. Jordan has to get back to defend them. It's actually going to have to be the Ash with the coach gun. And everyone's just so split here for Momentum. It's like how this comp operates, but still it's very dangerous. They don't have a lot of healing, single target, in order to keep one person alive, specifically Jack, if they do get hacked up and potentially taken down. But they have been stalling out this point long enough, and Jack actually is going to be the first casualty here, is the one that's out of position the most because they are playing hog right now. The bomb and the bob both going to be committed into the backside of the fight. Only finds Gavin, but that's still enough. You're finding any amount of value with that ultimate. Exactly what you need. Jam is now gone to the pot shots from Kylo. And Clap is now just trying to frag in the middle of this fight, try to get something done on the Reaper. We've seen it time and time again, but they're going to have to leave. And the bomb is actually going to get forced out here by Chasey from damage. Has to get that remake back off. And, I mean, it's pure chaos.
Yeah, Vampachi back on the legs. And Kylo is swapping over to the Farah. This is bizarre, I think, from Momentum. But, I mean, on the other hand, Cowabunga can't really... okay, Clap just... a swap? Hopefully a swap. Please say a swap. Please say a swap's coming in. Because that would be egregious. No, just Death Blossoming nobody. Jack, I don't think you made that jump without speed. No. Okay, so Momentum now running a pharmacy comp. All of a sudden, it's rare you see the pharmacy swap. But Clockwise has this EMP, and the hook's down. They can look for it here.
Watch this. They're gonna throw the translocator and get shot out of midair by Kylo. That's gonna be an amazing moment. So observers, go catch that. It's gonna come in, shoot him in the air. He misses. He misses. No. He didn't get a single person.
No.
No, Clockwise. No shot. But the beat comes out, and they're gonna go through. Jack does get res back up and finds Clockwise. They're out of the fight now. We're gonna have to focus on Clap, doing the most amount of damage for them so far. And Jack is just getting pressured time and time again. Look how much damage they're just all putting it on Jack, but they could have so many resources onto the Hog. The rest of their team is now lacking any resources to keep themselves alive in the fight. Re-aggressing the pressure, it's gonna find the back line so far, but someone has to deal with Kylo. And Chasey finally starts looking in their direction, but can they do it? Can they find enough kills? It doesn't look like that's the case. Chasey's now gone. Not even gonna commit the bomb, knows the fight is lost. And this is just odd. This is just abnormal.
Yeah, I'm very surprised Vamp in the back line on legs being looked at by Chasey on the D.Va does not immediately get killed. It is a complete chaos what we're seeing from Momentum here, and god damn it, it's working. Now Vamp with the tac visor, yeah, sure, it's an ultimate, but is it gonna get much value from the defense matrix with so many mobile comps heroes? Probably not.
Momentum is going crazy right now. Jordan gonna get back in the mech after the bomb. The visor so far has already found Jam. The Moira is gone. They're just getting crunched. 6-man cannot compete so far with this. I mean, abomination of a composition that come out from Momentum. I'm gonna be honest with you. These compositions are disgusting, but they work. They work because they are disgusting. The enemy is so repulsed to look at them that they play infinitely worse against them. And that's it. Momentum wins 3-0. Dominant fashion. I mean, what else of a statement can you have here for Momentum?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely like taking like Cowabunga out of their comfort zone seems to have won them this match, you know. Play these weird comps, you know, force them off their Orisa comp that they like so much. Now definitely could this have gone a different way? Absolutely. We could have not seen Hanamura as a map pick from Cowabunga. That I think alone might have turned this series around. But as it is, Momentum continue this kind of legendary run of from Plains round 1 to losers finals at least. What a run for them, and you know, congratulations to them for at least a 3rd place finish in BPL Season 3.
Yeah, and we should be getting... I don't know who's first. We do have interviews when teams are eliminated. We have interviews with the losing team. I don't know if that becomes before or after the winning team comes in for interviews, but we'll see how that does play out. But again, I mean, Momentum in the regular season was a meme team. I mean, you can tell from their branding, Jomentum Gaming, all that stuff. Just a funny team, but I mean, they've turned up in the playoffs. They have absolutely activated, and Kylo and Parody are a great DPS. Parody, a lot of people were saying like, oh, the B Leaguer, yada yada, but Parody has really stepped up the level to be that A-League player. And Kylo, an unknown quantity by a lot of people. Funny thing is, Jack actually picked him up because he liked Star Wars, was what they said in multiple channels. And I mean, Kylo has definitely been a great investment for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And just as like we sing the praises of Momentum, let's also say like to Cowabunga as well. Like great play on them. Did excellent throughout the regular season. Let's just take a look at our bracket quickly, just to see how things have changed now. So Momentum moving on to lower finals. They will play the loser of Summit versus Zenith, which is our next match, and that will be tomorrow. The first game tomorrow. So yeah, it's definitely up to them. Could they go to the grand finals? They're gonna have to beat either Summit or Zenith, whoever loses that. And what a run it would be.
What a one it would be. As we should be getting some Cow players in here for some interviews. As we are going to be saying goodbye. Here they are. They're coming in. Welcome, Silcio and Clap for the interview. It's kind of a somber moment here as we're going to say goodbye, but what do you guys kind of want to say first and foremost?
I'm really happy with how our team performed. If you look at the preseason rankings, I think the highest ranking anyone had us was Toxic, put us mid-table. Everyone else said we'd be as bad as Basalt and Battery, and I don't think we were.
Don't think you were. Top 4 is very different from last.
Yeah, this is like my first time in like a league like this, and I'm gonna say I really liked it. So yeah, that was kind of fun.
Yeah, it's great to like always hear that like playing in BPL is like people have a lot of fun with it. Like that's kind of what it's for, right? It's community league, and playing Overwatch for fun. So it's great to hear from it. Well, I want to get like into your head a bit because I want to think like to what was your thoughts like after Busan? Because Busan play like a lot of different comps, and then kind of for the rest of the series you kind of just ran like 6-man until you had to run Rush. So what was the thinking there?
We played the comps that we thought would win. Unfortunately, did not. Sometimes you don't have the right answer to the situation, and if you keep switching it around, that's definitely not the right one. So we just kind of stuck with what we had and tried to make it work.
And I guess for you guys now, you've already said it kind of, Silcio, you're captain of the team. You're happy with how you play. Top 4 is no small feat. You beat out 14. I did not do math. 12 other teams. Math is not my thing, but you beat 12 other teams to get to this point. And I mean, it ends on a somber note, but I mean, this whole experience must have been great for you guys. I mean, even in mid-season, where you guys were getting win after win and people were still doubting you, what was that like?
I mean, it's really fun to prove the doubters wrong, but it would have been nice to finish higher. But I'm once again happy with how it turned out. It's nice not having high expectations, because then if you mess up, everyone expected you to. But when you beat them, you get to rub it in their face because nobody thought you were good.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean, congratulations, Clap, as well. You popped off that game, pretty much saving the second point there, on the Reaper. Great stuff from like all the team, I think.
Yeah.
I do want to give a quick shout out to the GOAT McMeme. He's filled every role on staff that you could possibly imagine except for coach, and he's done everything from editing the videos to making graphics for matches, and I couldn't have done it without him. And Joey was also very helpful with booking externals.
Yeah, so big shout out to them. Clap, do you have anyone you want to shout out before?
I don't know.
The rest of the team.
Yeah. I'm gonna shout out Cowabunga for being such a nice team and very friendly.
And that graphic, I mean, that was Bunny, right? That did that graphic series.
Bunny did make the logo. Yes.
That's such a good logo. I think, in my heart, probably top 2 in branding. I would say maybe top 1 in branding. I do love that logo quite a bit, but unfortunately, Cowabunga is now in the history books, and that is the story for season 3. Thank you guys both for joining us. Thank you for competing, and tell that to everyone that was competing as well. Thank you guys for competing, for showing up, and hopefully we see you in future tournaments. We obviously have that pre-made tournament coming up in the winter, so hope to see some familiar faces around in there, no matter what league you do end up in being. But again, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you guys for
Yeah.
having us and hosting this wonderful league.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. So we've got a lot of Momentum players in the wings waiting for interview. We got Jab, Ren, Mista, and the. Congratulations to you guys. I was saying it just before you came in. From play-ins round 1, 13th seed, to top 3 in.
Why is Mista?
He's a coach.
Oh, coach. Okay, cool. I was like, why is Mista here? VDB didn't play.
Top 3 in A League. How does that feel?
It feels expected.
It's kind of expected, you know. We've kind of been in this position for a long time, honestly, since season 1. We just never really turned up in the games, but now we're actually like playing how we are. I'm in rare form right now, so I think I wouldn't be too surprised if you see us taking home a W.
And I kind of want to get this from you. The Epic Hog comp with 2 main supports, right? How do you think that's kind of? How much do you think that's helped you going into the playoffs here, where people seem unable to play against Hog, but also the fact that you guys have the tools to supplement that composition with great DPS, great supports, and of course, amazing tanks?
Yeah, so the funny thing about Epic Hog comp is that it's a bad comp, like objectively. Like,
Yeah,
it's
So
just not
bad.
good.
It's such a dog shit comp.
Yes.
So no one really knows how to play against it because no one really is used to dealing with something like that deep from the crack pipe. So if anyone else wants to take a turn at explaining it, go for it.
It's like it's like they can't dive you, I guess.
Yeah,
but like if a team
what are they
just like
gonna
looks
do?
at the hog, you kind of just lose. But like, I don't know. To be honest, it shouldn't be working. To be completely fair, I think it's because we hit our shots, and I think that's why it works.
Absolutely. I want to get into your heads a bit. So I was saying before map 2, if I'm Cowabunga, I'm going to pick a 2CP map that probably favors like an Orisa comp or something like that. What do you what was your reaction seeing you were going into Hanamura as a rush
really
team?
confused.
I leaned back in my chair and just began to cackle because like I cannot believe they would do something like that.
We warmed up on because Busan is a hard map for like how we play. So we warmed up ready for 2CP on Hanamura because we were gonna pick it if we lost. But then they picked it. We thought they were gonna go to Volskaya or something because like you can play like double shield shit there.
So do we.
We had a really good read of what maps they were gonna pick because we scrimmed Busan without knowing that first during our warm up, and then we also did Hanamura. So you know, we kind of nailed it.
Man, you guys are just prophets over there.
For real.
You guys are just going crazy.
Speaking of being a prophet, you know, you're in losers finals now. Who are you going to face in losers finals, do you think, out of Summit and Zenith?
Zenith is gonna get 3-0'd and the night will be over pretty quick.
Yeah,
I mean, it'll be good to have a quick game after this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Summit are really good.
Yeah, I hope someone can hit the 112 so I don't have to like watch it that much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe like hopefully they give us like a little info to like prepare for, but like how we're actually gonna do anything with it anyway. So
Yeah. So with the 112 potentially getting hit from you guys, what do you guys actually rate yourselves against Summit? Because obviously everyone thinks they're the best team by far. So how do you guys compare yourself to them?
In round 1 of playoffs, you got it.
I think that we beat them like actually 100% of the time. I don't know like the map score, but I think overall in first to 3 we come out on top. We only really lost the first match in playoffs because that was a little bit too big for that. But you know, it really be like that sometimes.
Okay.
We're like OG. We're like OG in Dota. We it's impossible to beat our team in a first to 3. So.
Yeah, like I wish Summit the best of luck, but like if I keep playing like how I'm playing and like these on top of it and all my other team members are on it, like we just ball.
Nice to hear that from you guys. The confidence exuding from your profile pictures right there. And I mean, any shout outs you guys want to hit? Maybe plug that Twitter or anything else you guys want to do?
Twitter.com/thegdh. Follow it now.
I was more so thinking about Joementum.
Yeah,
Joementum.com.
Joementum.com. Joementumgaming.com is currently down, but it'll be back up soon. I realized that the free trial of the website builder expired, so you know, it'd be like that. But you can also follow our socials. You can hit up at Joementum Gaming on Twitter. At Joementum Gaming, daily bangers and funny memes.
And one more thing, Jack for the MVP.
Yeah,
one
Jack
more
deserves
thing.
MVP. If it's not, it's rigged because Solomon is super biased.
Yes.
Keep that in mind.
Perfect. But yeah, that's all we have. Unless you have something you want to ask them, Iffy?
No, I think that's it. Like, thanks all. Congratulations on your win. Go prepare for your match tomorrow, and thanks for coming.
Gracias.
Loved seeing you. Loved having you here. It was a joy to watch and cast you.
For sure.
For sure.
Yeah. So, obviously, coming up next is our next match between Summit and Zenith. But before then, after the break, we're going to have a reveal of the A-League MVP for Season 3. There's 5 finalists. We've got Jack from Momentum, who you've just seen. Dynamic and Mac Tackle from Summit, who you will see today. Chasey and Azu. I mean, all these top 4 finalists. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be the winner?
It's kind of crazy that all the MVPs are from top 4 teams right here. And you see them, the silhouettes. Who will get chosen? That'll be coming, I think right after a break, or potentially we go straight into it. Okay, no, right after this break, you guys will get to see who is the MVP of A-League. So don't wait. Remember, BP said yesterday that he had some rewards that he spent some actual money on. So someone suggested $20 in a line of Coke. I don't think that's what they're gonna get, but maybe that just is. So
Coca-Cola.
In Fortnite. Coca-Cola in Fortnite. Yeah. So guys, you can see how after this break, you'll see who gets that lovely reward.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by Bagcliff is a proud sponsor of BPL and of late night Taco Bell runs. We're an apparel brand raised in escape vibes and weird rides. We make cool stuff and even cooler stuff with creative people. Our items are always sporadic and always quality. No knockoff lame stuff here. We take our time and don't release anything until we're completely happy with it. So check out our sizzling pizza collection and our 2 spicy collabs with Basically I Do Work and Trevor May. And since this is an ad read, we should tell you that you should go to bagcliff.com or tweet a taco gif at us at bagcliffbrand.
The drift differential's economy. Right here, right now. Okay, it doesn't matter. Never mind. And another one. We're gonna see rocks flying through, but Dubu.
Calm down, they have families!
Yeah, I'm lost and numb, cold to the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece turns to blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from a spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world.
Oh my god, it's a 5K revolutionator with a pulse bomb!
Back up the bit that they're going back in with this nano. Oh, the barrage coming in. That's a big barrage. Oh my god, gets 4. Unreal.
Spectre won't stop me from love. His PCL is blowing up, doesn't matter. Oh, Storm!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh, Liquid!
They might be able to stall us out. Wait, shit! Shit, what's in the nano? Shit, what's in the nano?
That's gonna be 3 kills. It's gonna be 3 kills.
Yes, you man! It's crazy!
Oh, the flash can be Magnolia. Okay! The shadow bottom fight!
Oh my god, the Wi-Fi. Low now, going to get D-Mech, and here comes the Nano on the Rymard. Going to get down a Siren, going to get Mustard, gonna get Coconut. Why not? Rymard, what else have you got? A 4. There's the duplicate. Fine. Oh, what? Oh, so close to the edge.
Legacy are your Season 1 BPL champions. And Resurge 3-0 over City Surfers. They are the Bad Pachimari League mid-season tournament champions.
And with that, Daydream take a clean 3-0, and they take the title of V-League champion here.
Cat boys no longer, these are cat men, and they will be able to take your grand finals championship for the BPL League Season 2.
That's exactly what they needed, and Winter Soldiers, looks like they're your World Cup champions.
That's it! The Jokers tried their best, but the Northern Grizzlies stand above the rest.
Started from a spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world.
Your Majesty, they're just playing perfect captions game right now.
Oh, they'll throw their own window out. The tires coming out from Wi-Fi. Oh, it's a huge tire.
They kind of expected a double sniper composition, but Illuminous falls early. His Popku has come back on the Bastion. Where did he? Or no, he's been on the Bastion. My apologies. With the 4K in that rotating point.
Another
Oh my god.
Is that Max Box?
That's a successful kill.
First, you gotta kite this one out. Not quite doing it just yet.
Oh, that's a massive Dynoon play! I didn't even think about that!
And the window comes out straight away from both sides. Both on the same page right now. A huge shatter comes in.
Alive. Oh, the bombs.
Oh my god, that was
Ender does it again.
Window comes out by Mazzino. Not finding anything yet. It's helping out. Oh my word though, but Mahir with the duplicate on the Rhine and the shatter to go with it. This absolutely rolls Fortnite pancake.
Hi everyone, welcome back to BPL Season 3. I'm joined now by Chicken and Worse. Hello.
Hello, I'm
Alright,
super
welcome.
excited.
You guys got debated.
Yeah, so about the MVP thing, there may have been a miscommunication. I may have gone to one of our admins and be like, yo, we got the MVP thing today, right? I'm really excited. We have some graphics ready. We know who's going to be. We've done all the tallying of the votes. And then I was like, hey, BP, you know about like the prize they're getting, right? And he's like, you're an idiot. We're doing it tomorrow because not only are we getting them their reward, we've got a montage getting prepared for them, but it's not ready yet. So we're gonna wait until tomorrow. So debated, unfortunate. You'll find out the MVP tomorrow. So you just got to come back here tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern for the 2 games tomorrow. It's gonna be really exciting. The halftime show, which is gonna be between the lower bracket finals and the grand finals, is gonna be a lot of fun. So you need to see. There's some cool images from that. Actually, do I have it? Do I have it in here? I want to show it off. Is it this one?
A teaser image?
This image. This is part of it. This is part of it. That's all you get to see of it.
I've been trying to decipher it all day.
That's all you get to see. But that will be part of tomorrow's halftime show. I'm really excited to it. It looks really cool. I think you guys are going to enjoy it as well. So as part of that halftime, we'll also see the MVP of A-League. And I think we're doing B-League at the same time. But I don't know because we didn't make a decision yesterday. And we'll find out.
I think it was both. They said both yesterday.
It'll either be both or we'll do B-League next week at the similar sort of time. But anyway, here we are. We started actually not even that early because people like yapping, and that's fine. But we now have your upper bracket semifinals with Zenith and Summit. You two, why don't you take me through what you think of these teams?
You know, I'm super excited for this match. Summit being the dominant powerhouse all season with Dynamic and Mac Tackle having a great season, along with Sapora. Sapora having a great season on like Zarya, a lot of the off-tank heroes. You got Azu in, an MVP caliber season on.
Wait, no way. That entire time we've been muted. No way. Hello? Did you guys? Did chat really not hear anything of me? You just saw debated and were like, that's funny. There's no way.
Oh, we unmuted?
Oh, we are now. Hi.
You've been debated again.
Debated again.
Hello, everybody.
You thought we forgot we were just trolling you the entire time. It's the double debate. Get rolled. Yeah. Hi.
They're saying cutting in and out, so I don't know what they heard and what they didn't hear. Chat, type 1 if you heard everything. Type 2 if you don't care.
And subscribe with Twitch Prime if you like us.
Yes. You don't have to type for that.
When I left, it cut out. Oh, that's funny.
Okay. So then we can just go back to...
So they did hear things.
Oh, you had to. All right. We know what we're doing. This is great. Don't you love how Discord doesn't work sometimes? Anyway, our team's getting into the match. I'm going to leave the voice channel very gently and make sure that you can still hear them. I'm closing the door very gently. I'm not going to slam it this time.
Can you hear us, chat?
1 2 1 2.
Type 3 in the chat if you can hear us.
You're a brave man. I don't look at the chat anymore. After some bad things.
Okay, we got a 9 in there, so we're good to go.
All right, let's get it. Okay. Where was I? Zenith or Summit. Summit, really good. It's going to be less sincere now that I'm saying it again, but Dynamic, great season. Mac Tackle, amazing season. Sapora, we mentioned Bolton Cake, and then we went said everybody's having. I'm giving you guys the play-by-play, by the way, of what just happened. Really though, Summit having an incredible season. All the players are pretty phenomenal. It should be a great matchup with Zenith again, underdog coming into the playoffs. You got Tekujin, you got Bonesaw, players like Magnolia. Should be a good match, honestly.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at Zenith, you said this when you cut out, but Zenith wasn't predicted to be a top player in the playoffs. It was kind of weird with the seeding. A lot of people had different thoughts on power level compared to where teams were seated. So a lot of people didn't take that into account, rating a lot of high seed teams low and middle teams higher, yada yada. Obviously, no one saw momentum coming. I don't think in the fashion that they did, but Zenith was kind of in that weird, but like people didn't know what to think of them. Going in, they were considered a middle of the pack team. They looked good at times, bad at times, and then in the playoffs, they've really turned it up. They've just dealt with everything in stride. They had a very, very close game against Cowabunga to make it here. But I think, and like you said, we love Teku. Teku's a great community member. I want them to succeed, but I can't realistically predict them to win against Summit.
And, you know, that's been the story for every team so far. You can't really blame you for that, but this is playoffs. This is a different day. You know, you never know what's going to happen. We should be ready to start into it any time now. I don't know what the first map, I think it's Busan?
More bussin'? More bussin'. It's picked by the higher seed team an hour before the match, so we should actually know. Believe it definitely should be Summit picking the first match. Maybe they went to Busan. I don't know. Busan's kind of interesting in that there is a lot of differences in the control points, right? Like going from Mecha Base to Sanctum, the bongo in the middle, like very different kind of styles of that. So, and especially with a ball composition that we know Summit loves to run, Sanctum is the ball composition map in my opinion.
Definitely. Back tackle is incredible on the ball. Just a godly player on the ball. I got the pleasure of scrimming with him once on a warm up for Momentum, and oh my, he made my diva look so good. But it should. I'm trying to think. Let's just play devil's advocate. Obviously, everyone knows Summit's good. Summit, they wouldn't be at this point in the season if they weren't good. But Zenith have players. They have shooters. Is the wise words of Dong. They got shooters. You know, Azu having again an MVP caliber season. You have Teku, you know, a tried and true main tank player since season 1, or he wasn't really playing main tank then, but it doesn't matter. But you know, a solid community member, easy to root for, should be, you know, decent. Then you got the DPS. DPS might be where it kind of slacks off on the side of Zenith for Summit. Sorry, I was about to say Momentum. But, you know, Dynamic just such a... I've said that I've had the pleasure of casting Summit a few times, and I cannot stop praising Dynamic. Dynamic is a next level player. Should be my MVP personally. Maybe if it didn't go to Jack, I think I voted.
Yeah, Jack is my MVP. So
Jack was my
we
MVP,
do not disrespect the GOAT around here. So Jack is my MVP, but
with Summit, it's kind of hard because every player on that team pulls a lot of weight. It's not like, you know, where one person is just doing so much and that it's just, if you neutralize one player, the team is less, you know, likely to win. You have everyone. Mac Tackle having a godly season on the main tank. You just can't put that down. You can't put down how good Sapor has been. And Dynamic, just you put that guy on a semi-decent team, he'll do wonders. You put him on a good team, and he can win you a championship. So they're one step away. Hayden is known as this the bride to be in these championships, the past two of them. So he's going to be wanting to win this, even though he's not playing, but he's the captain.
Yeah, it is. Well, the saying typically is the bridesmaid, but never the bride. Hayden is definitely looking to take that top spot and has the roster to do so. And interestingly enough, even in B League has a strong roster there as well. So Hayden Stonk's looking up. I know they posted on Twitter a little bit ago that if he was kind of like, if any team was looking for a manager, that reach out to them. And I can definitely vouch for Hayden there. So go shoot them if you need a manager.
Definitely. Side note, love you, Hayden,
great player.
I like Hayden. People like to dog on Hayden. I was on the Hayden train way before everyone, I would like to say. You know, we were actually, funny story, Blast Off. This is a little side note. We were going to team up for Blast Off, and we didn't. We both wanted to play, you know, no problem. But I needed a team name. I couldn't think of anything. So I asked him, I said, what should I do? He goes, you should keep the Joker thing going. And then that's what gave me the idea for the Insane Joker posse. And then we ended up meeting in the finals, which is some lore, but I like Hayden. I think he's a great manager. And I hope he does find a team out there. But it looks like we're almost gonna get into it.
Dude, Azu looking fresh right there. As I can't actually quite read what it says on the whiteboard. There's a little bit too much glare. Oh, check Teku in top three, LMAO. Yeah, people do have that. But Teku has gone extremely far in these playoffs when I guess traditionally playoffs had been a bit of an issue for Teku, but definitely breaking out this season.
Definitely. You know, guy honestly deserves it. He's such a good guy, a real nice guy, and I love Teku. I'm one of the heads of the Teku fan club.
Yeah, Teku fan club.
But let's look at Lex. Lex having a great season as well. I totally forgot to mention Lex and players like Will Grunt Fuddock. I don't actually pay attention to Bing Dong much. I know that sounds kind of rude, but I haven't really kept up with them. I know Will is a great main support. Lex should be insane. I love these player camps. Can we just talk about player camps? I love them.
A great technological advancement in BPL history. They will speak of this in the history books.
Oh, so yeah, it looks like we will be going to Busan. Should be good.
We will be busting today, chat.
Should be heading on over. Imagine. Now, I'm pretty sure you would suspect at least that Summit probably are going to be running the ball comp. You would think, right? Ball, maybe an Echo. I think Dynamic will be on the Echo, and then you have either Sapor playing the. Oh wait, I totally was thinking of a different round. But we're heading into the drum map, so it looks like Mac Tackle will still be on the ball, and Zenith. I didn't get to them, but I suspected they probably would be on 6-man. So this should be actually an interesting matchup. Mac Tackle has to really watch out here for Lex on this on these engages to not get hacked and instantly die. But is Sapora really sticking to the Roadhog?
I doubt it.
Yeah. I actually didn't mind it, to be honest, but
yeah, I mean, this is pretty standard for both these teams. I'd say Zenith definitely going over towards that 6-man composition, whereas Summit really loves this ball composition, high execution comp, but they can do it. And the Tracer variant in particular over the Echo is extremely strong.
Definitely. Now it looks like a lot of teams just poking it. They're already engaging on this backline. Saporic gets dangerously low. Dynamic will get Lex in the backline, and this doesn't really matter though. Both traded Sombras and Sapor is down. This is in the side of Zenith's favor, but they're just playing it out, poking out on the sidelines, trying to wait for this point to activate. It does activate. Now they're both stalling it. There's just a lot of poke going on. Oh my god, Flighty. Flighty's really out of position. Yeah. And that's just going to be an easy cleanup, I would suspect.
Yeah, Summit kind of allowed Zenith to get on top of their backline, and the really big win condition for Summit's composition is Bolton Kate on that Zen to put out those discords, put out the damage. That's the linchpin of the comp, and really it's all up to Mac Tackle, Mazzino, and Dubu to just delay the push, just keep them off of them, as it might actually be Dubu in a bit of trouble here, but does manage to get out, but it's on to them to kind of delay the push to allow the Zen to get max amount of value.
Definitely. Now, there is going to be some contesting on the point, and Bonesaw somehow goes down off screen, and now Mac Tackle just realizes, decides to go in engagement on the backline, notices that Bing Bong has used the fade and will keep committing. Looks like Bing Dong will keep being alive with that orb, and now there's just a really scrappy fight here. Teams going everywhere. As it gets dangerously low, the Coalescence will come out to top off the team, but still gets DMAC, has to commit the Diva Bomb. And now this is just a really scrappy fight here for the side of Summit. Takuchi does go down to the mine, so which is really rough. And now their main source of, the main tank for the side of Zenith will go down, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, they lost all their damage, and it's really in these long, drawn-out fights where if you can't deny the value from their backline, they just kind of win. The longer that Zen is alive, the more amplified damage they're getting, and the bigger threat Sombra and Tracer are. The amount of damage they can do on Discord target is immense. And now, coming in this next fight, it's really on to Zenith to be proactive with this EMP before Dubu can get those off. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Dubu's already in position, and so is Dynamic. Dynamic is ready to go. It looks like they're already going to go in. The Slam does come out, but Azu eats the Pulse Bomb. Massive. This EMP is a little late for me, but it will come in and get the job done. And now everyone goes down. I don't know. Did Teku not get EMP'd there? How did he get the bubble off?
Did not get EMP'd, I don't believe. But it's still a really good fight for them. And now all the pressure is on Zenith to get a good engage off here. it's kind of weird because Bolting and Flighty both have that rally, so Bolting actually isn't under that much pressure to trance the EMP, because if Flighty gets the rally off before the EMP can come out, armor enough should be there to keep Bolting alive and keep the dive from killing them. So we'll see how that kind of goes. That's what to look for. Lex on that Sombra versus the backline for Summit.
Definitely, and now the trance does get committed by Bolting King. They actually use both ultimates. Kind of, a little bit of an overinvestment, but they will keep themselves alive. It does look like Sepor commits the bomb and trades out Bonesaw while they use the Reaper ult, but doesn't matter. Tekujin wants to keep himself alive. They have flipped the point. They are getting percentage, but it is getting capped back. And now there's just a lot of fighting going on. Dubu gets super low, but will TP out just in time. Bing Dong does snipe Dynamic with that Moira suck, and this is just really tough here. This is just a lot of engaging for Summit, but they're just not getting a lot, you know what I'm saying?
That was so well done by Teku. A lot of that initial value that they were trying to get through that EMP, through that Death Blossom, were just mitigated by the support ults for Summit. But Teku, with that Primal Rage, stayed in that fight long enough, did enough displacement to actually open up the backline of Summit to his team. And so it really did lie on that Primal Rage to really open it up for them. But now, it's last fight territory for both these sides. The Coalesce is already going to find a pick.
Yeah, and both supports going down for Summit. This is going to be a clutch or a kick moment for them. Sepor already gets super low. Dubu uses the MP but dies for it. And this is just all Zenith on the kill feed. Dynamic trying his best to stay alive. Will go down. Mac Tackle is back. Gets the slam off. Trying to stay alive but will go down. Now here's the Lucio. Lucio goes down. And this is a one fight here. This is done.
They won round here, 1-0 to start out for Zenith. By no means the end of the map, but I mean, this is immaculate stuff so far from Zenith. They come out on a map that is typically very Summit favored because the composition is very strong on it. This is a composition they've been running the entire season into six-man too. It's not like it's a random counter comp. They know this composition well in the matchup, and they still, Zenith played very well around their ultimates, a couple flubbed fights, but still. It's really impressive to get this round off, but can they continue it into the brawl round? How good is their rush into Summit's rush?
Yeah. Now Summit are going for the classic Diva, or not Diva, May, McCree, or Cassidy, while Zenith are going to stick with, they're going to try and mix it up with a Symmetra for the TPs, and then use Bonesaw as the Doomfist to try and get a lot of displacement and get those one-shot kills. They're going to be fighting here on this high ground. The TPs do get executed quickly, and this is just a quick early engagement from the side of Zenith. They want this super bad, and they get Mac Tackle. They try and freeze, and now they have to do nothing but escape. But they're coming in. They smell the blood in the water. Bonesaw gets Bolting Cake on the flank, and now Dynamic has to try and do the Lord's work. Does somehow get a pick, but trying to fan the hammer into a Diva isn't going to work, and that's going to be first point for the side of Zenith, and that was just well executed.
I mean, it kind of is a bit of a TP diff there, that you get out so much faster, you have so much more control of the map, and that's exactly what Doomfist needs. He needs to be in a position where he can engage on the backline and have an escape route, exactly what Bonesaw had. They get the value off and they win, and now it's just a choke fight. Can you ring around the rosy? Can you play mind games with your opponent?
Definitely, and I love these TPs from the side of Zenith to keep, both sides of the choke ready. As soon as they're trying to go through one, you're right there ready for it. And oh my god, this is just massive. Teku hits a nice shatter, or it was a one man, but still, they get a little bit of a, was it an overinvestment? No, they just shattered. Should be fine. But this is clean from the side of Zenith.
I think it's a big thing is that Sepor on this Zarya, you can't eat those fire strikes through windows. A big reason of why Diva is so coveted right now is that you have a period of time where you can eat infinite damage compared to a bubble where you can't. There's a limit to how much damage the bubble can take. And right now we're going to see if they can actually get into the point at all here.
Yeah, Sepor does find Lex, but Bonesaw coming in, finds Mac Tackle and is in your backline with the Doomfist. Watch out, waits for the, gets Flighty while the bubble's coming down, and this is just, this is somehow turnable though. Dubu commits the Mayult, and they do find Tekujin, and now they are rushing to the point. I think that just two of them, Bonesaw and Dynamic in the 1v1 on the Doomfist, and it's just not going to be enough for Summit.
Chat is praying right now at the points do not go away. They want those points so badly, but it's not looking good for them, as Zenith has done such a good job so far, especially Bonesaw on this Doomfist, but has no cooldown to the back line, could get taken out at any point.
Definitely. The lamp is saving Azure, getting so low, but still alive. Does get demeched in the end, and this is just a real good fight from the side of Dynamic, getting 2, and now they will be able to push and cap this point. But they're at 99%, and this is getting a little tight here. You're in one fight territory if you're on the side of Summit.
Now it's can Zenith kind of retake with the Symmetra. There's something that the Mei does amazingly is control these choke points even better than a Symmetra at times with that wall. And Bonesaw doesn't actually have the ability to help break walls. It definitely is going to be difficult for them to get in. This could definitely get reversed right now, but it's all up to Summit playing this extremely well.
But they TP right past it. No wall, no needed. They get, and Teku pins Flighty. Oh my god. They get 2 picks instantly, and now they're on the point, and they got the point flip. It is now in overtime. All these picks, any pick that comes out will be so massive, and they get 2 right off the rip. Oh my god, Bonesaw trying to go for this Zarya. Saiporo will go down, and now this is gonna be first fight. They've capped first map.
Teku pins in. Back tackle obviously counter pins, and Flighty's in the way. She gets taken out as collateral. Not an interaction that a lot of people like think about, but if you're in between 2 Ryans, when they counterpin, when they come collide, you're dead. And so Flighty, an unfortunate victim there, and I mean, Zenith Doubters in shambles right now. That's a great channel point swing for anyone. I know some people were saying, haha, Zenith predictors, haha, but you guys are actually the ones getting laughed at right now, and this is actually crazy to see this. A lot of people expected a 3-0, including Momentum from our last game.
Hey, it's just looking like some Zenith magic. It's been, going through the whole playoffs, and I remember Teku telling me early on, he was like, I really feel comfortable with this team. We're all pretty good. I think we can win it, and he's holding up to it. I'm really happy for this. Is exciting. We're 1 map in. It's gonna be Summit's pick, not Zenith's pick. It's gonna be Summit's pick, and what map do you think they're gonna pick? I'm on the edge of my seat. I want it to start.
All 2 CP maps, you have Anubis, you have Volskaya, you have Hanamura. I don't see them going to Hanamura. I see them wanting to move towards that Volskaya. They can run a double shield comp, they can run a ball comp much more effectively on that map, both on attack and defense. If I were to predict anything from Summit, if we're thinking with our brains here, we're probably going to go to Volskaya. Obviously, they might not have scrimmed Volskaya enough, or maybe they have Anubis threats they want to see. I think Hanamura is off the table, but I'm not in charge of the team. We're going to see how it goes. I think this is something we saw in our last series with Momentum versus Cowabunga, where Cowabunga picked their maps into Momentum's map pool with that Hanamura pick, and it kind of doomed them there. So I don't want to see a repeat of that.
Definitely. This 2CP, though, being such a very weird game mode, and it hasn't been played much this season, so I don't know if a lot of these teams have practiced it much. It should be very interesting to see, which maps teams are ready for and which they aren't. I don't know if Summit was really expecting to be able to get their map picked, so it should be Anubis. All right. Well,
Definitely said they could have something for Anubis, but I definitely think they would have gone Volskaya. But I mean, you can have your point about what you think they might be bringing out.
I don't know if this is anything exactly more. I feel like Summit feel comfortable playing anything. They probably should be. They have a bunch of really talented players, but maybe this pick wasn't more for what they're comfortable with, but maybe what Zenith isn't particularly comfortable with. I know they love to play a lot of a lot of 6-man, and some rush, but I don't know if they really feel well versed on the double shield. Maybe it's like a sneaky curveball for Summit to try and get this first map win.
I think you definitely could have seen that from Volskaya. I think Anubis is much more rush friendly than Volskaya is, but I think neither of those maps can see 6-man. So I don't think we're going to see 6-man come out here. It's definitely going to be a rush comp. Maybe they bring out Dive. I know we've seen that in the past from them. Honestly, Zenith, despite favoring that 6-man very much, have shown various compositions throughout the season. They aren't a one-trick team. They don't just do that composition. They found a lot of success on that composition, but that doesn't mean they're tethered to it. So it's very interesting to go against them in map picks, because they're actually not that not that like one-dimensional. You have to kind of think, can they win this competition, even if we haven't seen it in matches?
Definitely. I just say that because I've casted a couple Zenith games. They do. I know they don't stick to one to comp, but I know they really like the 6-man. They feel super confident on it. I know Bonesaw is a pretty good Reaper. Teku obviously on a great Winston, so is Azu on the Diva, but should be interesting. With this Anubis pick, that you think you're definitely gonna have to see some rush. Honestly, if you're on the attack, wonder what we're gonna see. I'm just honestly excited. I'm ready for them to start. This is a great match.
Yeah, this could have been. A lot of people may have thought this might be like a flat match in terms of, oh, it's going to be a 3-0 roll, but now that Zenith has taken control, this definitely makes it much more interesting. We could see them force on map 5, which is another control. If they win that out, I mean, all they need is one more map and then force the map 5 control. Do they win that? I don't know. I can't say with confidence. I still have a lot of faith in Summit to be that team that I've seen them be this entire season. That was more so Zenith really stepping up and maybe catching Summit off guard, not in terms of composition, but in terms of play, level of play. So this is a wake-up call to them. You have to get ready. This is playoffs. This is top 3. This is not the time to get complacent. This is not the time to start thinking, oh, we're the best team, we can start rolling people over. That's how you lose maps. That's how you lose series to teams that have traditionally been weaker than you. So that's what you kind of got to say. If I'm someone that's talking to them in halftime or in between rounds, I'm like, guys, wake up.
Definitely. Because I know you said, yeah, I'm pretty sure you were one of those Zenith doubters in the beginning of the series, if I remember correctly.
Wasn't a Zenith doubter more so than I was a Summit believer.
Fair.
I do have a lot of faith in this Zenith team. They have shown very good things. They're a very solid team, but I don't look at this team and go, traditionally, this has changed in the past with playoffs now, but traditionally I haven't looked at this team and gone, they have a crazy star player outside of Azu. They don't have this crazy star player like DPS player, but their DPS have been extremely solid this season. Teku's kind of stepped up where he was always a solid main tank, but he's been an exemplary main tank recently. And their support line as well has been good enough to keep that team alive and stable, which I've been very surprised by and very happy with. But I still thought, even despite all those benefits that they've had, those great changes they've made, Summit was still a better team. They could change that very easily in this next map.
Definitely. And with Anubis, I keep bringing up Anubis. Like, if I say it, it's just gonna start, but it's not. I'm just
not.
I don't.
Almost there. Okay. All good.
Yeah, we're chilling. Yeah.
See, almost there. Perfect. Look at the.
Look at
that. What is that? I've actually never noticed that spinning thing.
I can't believe you said that because I was thinking the same thing.
I've never looked up. 6 years of playing this game, I don't look up there.
And in this case, though, you're running from spawn. Probably wouldn't look there. There's a lot of nooks and crannies in these maps.
Yeah, like that mega health pack on Numbani, like right out of spawn, like to the right in the alleyways that no one ever goes by. That one is funny because like you go there as a meme, but like there's other places like that people don't go to as a meme, and like we just don't know they're there sometimes.
I'll be real, that courtyard area, I kind of forget it exists. I know the mega's there, but I don't know why anyone would go in that courtyard in Numbani. But that being said, let's look at these. We have a little bit of an interesting comp coming here from the side of Zenith. Summit are playing a little bit of the ball dive with a Widowmaker, while Zenith are playing Monkey Arisa.
Yeah, I understand the idea behind this, because what you want to have your Winston on harassment duty. They're going to play that choke, they're going to harass the team when they're trying to flank, or even try to pressure the back line when their ball goes in. And your Arisa is kind of being used like you would use a Sigma in that situation, to hold that space for your team. I don't know if I agree with it, but I understand the kind of behind it. But if Loyal just shuts down Bonesaw at any point, they lose a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Mac Tackle's already got position behind him and hits a massive boop on the tanks. Gets Tekujin way low, and now Tekujin has to get melted here. But the lamp from Bing Dong saves him. It gets so much value. Oh, Teku will go down in the end. But, oh, that's actually massive, actually. The side of Summit should be able to just walk in this for free without their reset. It looks like Mac Tackle is going in. He's making some displacement. Maybe going in for a slam now? No. But Dynamic getting so much... Oh my god, Dynamic whiffed the dash. That's very unfortunate. That's so unfortunate.
Fountain do be in the way.
That little bit of the fountain is going to go in for this. Oh, we have to see.
So executing the hamster. Oh no.
But Teku didn't... Wait, Teku's not dead though. Dynamic does get the support, so it really doesn't matter in the end. But Teku is still alive on this ball, just stalling it out. They will be able to cap with around 230. This is going to be a pretty good fight for Zenith coming into this next point. Wait, as I say that though, they're trying to stall it out.
Can we wrap it up? Like, what is happening right now? I don't say that in a malicious way, but seriously, they're just stalling this one out. They're finally going to get it back, but I mean, you didn't build up that much if you're Summit, because you got their Nano Blade out, basically. They used their blade. And now you have defensive... actually, you don't have much reactions for Zenith.
Yeah, you have this window, and with all this swap... It looks like they obviously want to make the swap onto Rush, but Azu has the Primal, so they want to use that. But they've completely nuked what little economy they had, and now the window comes out. And, oh, Dynamic gets the lamp. And so does Mac Tackle goes in for this dive, and there's a lot of peel. But it doesn't look like anyone's dying. And yeah, Magnolia flashes and kills Dynamic. Flighty, wait a minute, Flighty pulled out the Glizzy and clocked Big Dog, and now it doesn't really matter because they still lost. But Flighty got a kill. That's pretty pog.
I mean, the funny thing is they were on Azu Monkey because they had Primal up, and you see Azu jump in, and Teku instantly charges in as well. They were like, we're gonna dive together. We don't care what heroes we're on. And I think the biggest thing right now is that Sephora has to get this grab off. I think this has been kind of the biggest question mark for Summit, how much they rely on Zarya. Zarya, quite a weak character right now. Definitely just outclassed by D.Va in a lot of ways. So this Zarya, not inflexibility because they can play that D.Va, but the Zarya preference has been a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it's nothing against the Zarya. It's Zarya player. It's more against the actual hero. It's just doesn't get much done. Those shields aren't really as well, but the trade-off in infinite damage being easy is that you get that high charge, you kill people, and oh my god, Dynamic with a nasty deflect.
He lost them.
And he still gets Bing Dong in the end, and this is somehow winnable. They are able to get this point. There's the D.Va. Azu getting so much stall pressure on right now, and even in getting D-Mex will make more pressure. The Rhine, and so does the Deadeye. Deadeye gets Dynamic, and this is actually massive here for Zenith. They will be able to hold this now, because with the main damage, the main threat of Summit going down, Dynamic has made the swap, though, onto the Pharah. Very interesting.
They just swapped off. Sephora swapped off Zarya with the grab. It's been 4 minutes. Didn't get that grab off. They said, I don't like this hero anymore after they died to their own right click and swapped off the Zarya. So that's one way of changing your opinion on something, just dying to your own right click. And they're going to look for a setup here. But how effective is it going to be with so many stuns is the question.
Yeah, the side of Zenith are going super hard on these stuns with, the Doomfist. Oh my god, Teku just sniped him!
It's an L chat! He's chatting out!
Oh my god! And now he's going in. They smell the blood in the water. They get this D-Mac, do they? They don't get Sephora. Sephora is able to live with her life. But Mac Tackle getting dangerously low is able to roll out on some weird movement. Good for him. I would love to just watch a whole VOD of his ball.
I mean, this looks extremely good for you here. You're going to put that nano towards Dynamic, probably, most likely. Try to get that engaged onto the backside. But you have that beat in response. Of course, also Azu. I don't want to see Azu go aggressive with the bomb. You need DM to take out Dynamic. Exactly what's going to happen. They keep the DM for it.
Yeah. What's it called? With Dynamic getting nanoed, it's so easy for him to get this kill onto Bolton Cake, but it doesn't really matter because Azu's getting picks in this backline, and now Zenith are still holding.
Yeah, they're still holding on to this amazingly. I mean, This is kind of, it's been crazy how much Zenith has leveled up in these playoffs. They're actually going to force Summit off a ball competition to try and mirror rush. They just don't know what to do against them. This Zenith is a completely different beast, and this Teku is new Teku. This is playoffs Teku, actual playoffs Teku. We've seen, like, it's either they can't get to playoffs or they get eliminated very early on in playoffs, and now we have seen the full evolution of Teku.
My captain. Let's see it. He's got the shatter. It looks like Summit have finally decided to move on from these ball comps. It's just not really working on Anubis, but it looks like Zenith are wrapping around the choke and going in from the back line. And oh my god, Magnolia gets off dynamic. And this is just a roll for the side of Zenith. This is really dominant.
I mean, this has been so strong for them right now, and Summit doesn't have anything to work with. Look at the ultimates here. Again. Like, here comes the stagger. You don't have ults to work with. You only have that high noon. You have to try and kind of speed high noon far left. Maybe you do have the bomb to create space, but how much do you want to do? Like, how do you want to throw that bomb forward when you have that high noon threat? Because you throw that bomb forward, and potentially if you miss the high noon, they have no DM available to stop it.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a tough thing. I want to see how both these teams play it. They're gonna go top right here for a better angle on both the bomb and the high noon here for Summit.
Oh, and Dynamic already gets that first pick, but Azu neutralizing the threat, and a massive, big high noon gets 2, I think, and now they're just trying to pick up the pieces. Bonesaw gets picked off in the backline. Magnolia trying to stay alive as best they can. It has entered overtime. The lamp does come out from Bing Dong. Oh, so with the window, he gets lure, and somehow, oh my god, they're
able to live. This is winnable.
Lives off the point, but. Oh my god, Dynamic has made the swap onto the Symmetra, using that teleporter to get the team back quicker, but I don't think it's going to matter. They're still... Oh my god, that's first point, and that's first round. They get 41% on the side of Summit. This is really winnable for Zenith.
Yeah, it's not over yet, right? It's not over yet. You still have to cap 1 point and 41.8%. You still have to do that if you're Zenith. It's not a done and dusted solution, but this is something new. This is something we haven't seen before from this team, and it is leveling up against competition. We've seen them play some teams that other people have thought aren't the greatest teams. I mean, Momentum and Summit played each other first round of playoffs. A lot of people thought those two teams probably top 2 right after, obviously, giving Momentum some more time. Those looking at those two teams as top 2 teams, and the fact that Zenith kind of avoided them, they rated them lower. But Zenith, now facing off against the number 1 rated team in the league, Summit, is just showing up and taking names right now. They are not afraid, and they are playing with confidence and precision.
Yeah, they have the momentum right now. They feel it. They have been feeling it for a few weeks now in this playoffs run, and they're just ready to push it as far as they can take it. Summit making the swap back onto the ball comp, but this time they're throwing lure on the Ash, and oh my god, I say dirt every time. Dynamic on the Echo. This is what I like to see from Summit. I know Dynamic is an insane player on the Echo. Should be able to get, you know, a lot of follow-up off of Mac Tackle slams, and Mac Tackle gets scouted out. They know now Zenith are on the rush comp, but they have Bonesaw on the Doomfist with Magnolia on the Cassidy. And they're just taking the left side around the Mega. This is going to be really tough here for the side of Summit. There's no one to really rush on with the side of Summit, everyone being super mobile, other than Bolt and Keku is in Timbuktu, basically, in Overwatch terms, on this high ground. But they're just going to rush this point. Oh, wait,
as I say that, confidence.
Oh, they get both the supports as I say that. And now, this is big. For the side of Zenith, they will be able to hopefully get this point. But as I say that, the DPS of Summit get both supports from Zenith, and this is going to be really rough here if they want to win. It's just Teku on this point, and yeah, he's going to go down. They do get the D-Mech, though, onto Sephora, which is kind of big.
Yep, they have that remech for the next fight. They have picks, so they're still watching Freddy and Bolden Cave walk back. Despite Zenith getting those opening 2 picks, you still have Laura and Dynamic on those 2 off angles. And if your supports don't watch their heads, along with Azu providing adequate DM usage against those threats, you will lose your supports and you will lose the long fight because they can kind of run around you. Whereas your team needs to be grouped together, needs to have 4, 5 to 6 members all up at one time to have the greatest effectiveness, whereas Summit can operate as individual pieces. but still, good so far. Sepura just got that mech back, I believe, and it's still looking good for them.
Yeah, good window from the side of Zenith, putting a lot of pressure above this point. Back tackle is going to come in with the mines, try and displace a lot of them, and oh my god, it will get Aurora, and Bonesaw gets absolutely beamed down from Dynamic. And this is just going to be a clean fight here for the side of Summit. They just noticed that they can't peek. Ooh. Dynamic does not want to die there.
Yeah.
Oh my god, how quick did they get the... They got amp in 2 seconds. Sheesh. That's a little busted. And they're gonna have another window for this opening engagement. Now Zenith have to wait. Oh, it doesn't really last that long.
You do only have the Bob really available here, along with that bomb against Summit. For Summit, you have to go fast here if you're Zenith. You have to get quick effectiveness. You got to get Teku and the rest of his team in a position where they aren't completely under fire from multiple directions, but it's hard on Anubis. It's kind of, I think, why they picked this map, because of, like, for example, this. They're trying to go underneath, but they're just going to pelt it out again and again.
Yeah, from almost every angle. You have Dynamic who can literally fly and take any angle. Mac Tackle can basically do the same thing as Ball, except not in the air as much. And with the Ash from Lore always on the high ground, and same with Bolton Cake, it's going to be so tough here. Like, how do Zenith, like, really, other than Azu or Bonesaw maybe on some of these high grounds, how do they contest anyone unless they come down? And that's what Summit are doing. They're coming down, doing exactly what Zenith want, but it looks like the picks are still coming in either way. Both Divas D-Mech, and now Bonesaw coming in. Oh my god, Dynamic got a two-man remech. Oh my lord.
Echo Smile, Echo Smile. Put Echo Smile in chat if you love Echo. As we're gonna see, I mean, what can you do here against this now? You don't have anything for this mines, you don't have anything for this bomb. How are you going to be able to get through this point? How are you going to get this rotation off? I don't think it's really possible. You have to do something with this TP, which they've seen, and they understand that, but where do you go? You go up top, you're going to get mines straight out of the TP. But goodbye, Cassidy. I don't think you're going to live very long, but Magnolia somehow manages to do it.
Yeah, this Bob has been sent all the way back to second point, and Bonesaw is trapped back here with the Bob, and this is just rough here while everyone else inside by the point is getting melted by Summit, and yeah, that's going to be it. And that looked so winnable for Zenith, and it was just kind of like a comp diff at the end, to be real. Like, what are you going to do on Rush against all those people on the high ground, on different high grounds nonetheless?
Yeah,
It's just...
I would have liked to see them swap up that composition. I think they got too... It can happen a lot on Anubis where you get too caught up in your ways. You get too caught up in trying to run that rush. It almost worked a couple times, and that led to them thinking that it's going to be super effective for them. But it just doesn't work that way sometimes. That composition hard counters you. It's meant to hard counter you. I would have even preferred 6-man over that, because it does allow you to have that monkey over that Reinhardt, who is kind of a sitting duck at times, and who you gonna shatter? Almost no one.
Yeah, really just rough there. I kind of feel like I was right though. That first thing, not so much. Maybe it really lives up to their strengths, Anubis, because it's kind of like a map. I don't know if anyone's really good at Anubis, good for you. But you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot more teams are bad at Anubis. You know what I'm trying to say? So I feel like that's really what they were playing at, and just honestly a really good read from the side of Summit.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see it changed up here. We're gonna go to an escort map. Forgive me, I actually don't remember what all the maps are. I believe it's Dorado, Rialto, and the third one escapes my mind for the current moment. Havana. Oh, actually, I can see them going Havana here. You do give over Dynamic that fair for the spawn hold and for the spawn hold break. Rialto is also not that bad, does lean towards rush more, but first point could be a very big pain if you are a rush comp. And for Dorado, don't go to Dorado. Don't go to Dorado. Just don't go to Dorado. Do not go there. That is no bueno. No bueno. Don't go there. Don't go there.
Lots of high grounds. Doesn't seem like it's very good right now after watching last map. But I would think Zenith. You know, you're right. It has to be either one of Rialto or Havana. Are we at break? Oh, okay.
No, we're gonna go to a halftime break right
okay,
after this. So
no problem. Yeah. So, should be good. Can't wait.
we'll see you guys after.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by the new BPL merch store. Get your hands on our Season 2 collection, which features custom designs on t-shirts, hoodies, stickers, and more. And stay tuned for our expansion, where we'll add all of the Season 2 and Season 3 team logos to even more merch. Check it out today by using !merch in chat or at bpl-merch.solomon.gg.
Hello, and we're back. And we have the next map for you. It is going to be Rialto. So, from the side of Zenith, I guess they're going to want to play the rush here. I guess you can kind of get away with 6-man on the first point, and then maybe swap the third. But what are your thoughts, Worst? I'm excited.
It's gonna be interesting. I said it before the break what I thought about each like individual choice of map. I definitely considered probably Havana to be the best, but you do give over the Farah and potentially the Echo. And I also considered Rialto a good rush map, especially second, third point. But you run into the issue of first point being extremely tough for your rush competition to kind of walk into a double shield comp or a bulk comp. So there is trade-offs with every map, and I said Dorado's not actually not an option. So I'm glad they didn't go there. Really happy to see that. I'm not completely like surprised to see Rialto over Havana, but still, it's gonna be tough on that first point. And if they can break past that, and even just defending that first point as well, if they can get past that hurdle, they have a really good shot at winning this map.
Definitely. With that such a long EX, like so many times you see teams get to that first checkpoint and they get stalled out to their spawns, and it's such a long walk. You can get so caught up in the refights, it's gonna be really tough here. I'm hoping Zenith, pull it out, but I don't really care who wins, to be honest. That sounds
Okay.
that kind of sound.
Cool.
That sounds really. That sounded mean. Way meaner than I meant it to sound. I wouldn't mind either team winning. Is the right phrase. That was my bad. But we're gonna be heading into it soon. Should be good. Should be really good. I just don't know. I don't know what to say this yap phase. Kind of just.
Well, I mean, you
We'll
can
get
kind
chucked on
of you can kind of think about this is going to map 4 no matter what, right? And that's going to be your hybrid map. Depending on the results of this, I could see very different results occurring from that. I still think I favor Summit on this map. They kind of showed off that they can play into that rush composition when they're running that Echo spam comp very effectively. In a position where they can get crossfires going, and you can kind of leverage high ground effectively against that rush comp. Rialto is one of those maps. If Zenith's attacking, I need to see them kind of take the high ground by spawn, go up there and try and spill out from there instead of leaving that for someone like Lore, for Dynamic to get shots off. That is just a death sentence.
Yeah. I think, are there going to be any subs map? Let me check. Don't think so, but we should be heading into this next one. It's going to be, now they're keeping in Lore. And so it looks like Zenith will be keeping in the same lineup from last map. And should be just, sorry. Yeah, Groundfather back in from the first map. And, oh wait, Cameraman wasn't in the last map. Cameraman is taken, subbed in over Flighty.
Yeah.
This should be pretty interesting. I'm very excited. It looks like Mac Tackle, just playing on his phone, checking out some TikToks before the game.
Just vibing,
having a good time.
Azu is a very good Overwatch player for a seal playing on a pro controller. I gotta say,
a Switch controller, to be honest.
Yeah, pro controller. Yeah, Switch pro controller.
I gotcha.
That is really impressive, honestly, and I believe they also just got their accounts back from the hacking that occurred. I think they're Azu, Seal, and Twitch. They were here earlier saying they got their attacks back. So hello, you're back. We love to have you here. We love to see you around. Happy to see that all got resolved.
That was looked like some pretty scary stuff, to be honest. But all glad that's hopefully done and dusted with. Should be good to go. I'm just looking at all these players, and I love it. I love seeing everyone look at Zenith. Zenith are zoned in right now. They're talking about what they want to do. You can tell everyone's getting game planned. Summit, on the other hand, it looks like they're just having a good time.
They're kind of there. And I think, you look at these people, some of them don't have cams on, right? That's understandable. We don't obviously require cams, but something that would help you put your cams on more is the confidence in what you wear, And you know how to up that? It's to go to the BPL-merch.solomon.gg. That's where you should go to heighten your wardrobe, so that when you're on cam, when you're on this for any potential events or events we have, and we have cameras set up, you go on, you can show off your BPL Season 2 merch, some great stuff over there. You get on camera and everyone's like, wow, that person supports this team from Season 2. That's awesome. And that's just a great way to get those cameras going.
Yeah, you should definitely get it. Get some Vector Matrix stuff. Oh wait, no. Sorry, Mind Dive. Honestly, though, that Alpine
is very good.
Oh my god, I'm gonna be real. I wasn't a super big Alpine fan at the time, but oh lord, I would rock that shirt any day of the week. So good. But we are gonna be heading into it. Let's get rid of. We got the boat cam. Take a nice scenic view.
Yep. Get the boat cam.
And it's just like you said, we're going to be going back into the rush comp, the tried and true with the May, Cassidy, and Summit. Summit are playing, they put gold, it looks like gold is in it actually, or Dubu, sorry, instead of Lore. And now they're going to be playing the Tracer Echo. Mac Tackle, why do you play with me? Go back to the ball. Thank you. Now, yeah, they're going to be playing the Ball Diva. Okay, Kasepor, please go back to the Diva. Okay, no. They're gonna be playing. I don't know what they're doing. looks like Dynamic wants to maybe play the fair instead of the Echo. And Cameraman has been having a really good season so far on the Lucio. Wonder to see if his Mercy is as good as his Lucio. And there's just a lot of, looks like Tekujin wants to hold this front high ground. Maybe try and get a drop on the point. He's going in for the pin onto the Zen, and they get him. And I love this confidence. Oh my god, almost booping Mac Tackle off the point, but will get on. Virgin, this is just a really scrappy fight. Tech gets dangerously low, and we'll go down to Dynamic in the air. But this is just, they're just trying to slobber knock it, They're just fighting it out.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't really favor you if you're Zenith, if you charge in and abandon your backline for Dynamic to get the ultimate off. I mean, I don't really think that's the play. Teku does it, takes out Bolton Cake, asserts a bit of dominance. There's one thing you can say about Teku in playoffs so far. It has been, they have definitely chatted out so far. They have chatted out to the extreme as Magnolia is going to get caught here by the Mac Tackle.
Mac Tackle getting Magnolia right as they were looking up for this sneaky little teleporter, and Dynamic going in for oh my god, I can't speak, but it doesn't matter. Azu killing things. Mac Tackle going in to try and kill things back. Will get Bing Dong, and that is going to roll out, but is going to get hacked. Probably will pay for it. It does get clipped down by Bonesaw, and this is just going to be a reset here for the side of Summit.
Going to be resetting here, looking potentially for what they can do. It's going to be interesting to see. You have the bomb to try and stave off that Pharah Mercy. A big thing that some people like to do in ranked is once that Pharah uses the boosters, throw the bomb, because they don't have great control laterally of their movement. They can't really get behind things. I think that's exactly what just happened from Sephora. Well, not from Sephora, from Azu, but I can't be quite 100% certain. Stacker is now under fire, no bubble available, is going to get taken out.
Oh, that Mega was so close to being refreshed, but Teku does go down. And now this is going to be looking like a clean point here for the side of Summit. Zenith trying to hold back, waiting for this last possible second for Teku to get back into this fight. And here comes the slam bomb. Will it get anybody? No. But Bing Dong does still go down to Dynamic. The beat does come out from Will Grumpfuck to keep everybody in help all topped up. And now Bonesaw trying to fight this Tracer in the backline. Tracer gets dangerously low, but Will get healed up. And now Dynamic is just up in their face and commits the barrage and gets 4 big from them, and will cap this first point.
I mean, considering that you lost that first fight pretty handedly, gave over a barrage, I mean, 3 minutes off the clock is not bad at all. You are, again, going to have to contend with the fact that someone is going to run circles around you for the most part. You have to be quick and concise with your rotations, with your mitigation, that's the right word. Mitigation of Mizzino's spam. And Dubu can play spoiler with a real-time pulse bomb. But I have faith in Azu to pressure out that Tracer pulse bomb at any point. You solo EMP'd Pharah.
And the Reaper ult was committed, and they got 0 value from that. And Bonesaw gets spooked off from that. That's really rough here if you're Zenith. But the fight is still going on, and it looks like Summit are just kind of, picking up the scraps, getting them one by one. Azu does go down on point, and it looks like they should be able to catch possibly some more on this engagement. Bonesaw gets dangerously low, and Dynamic knows it, gets him down, and this is just really rough here. Dynamic playing the Pharah is just, any flying hero really in this comp, against this comp, is just so rough. There's just not really anything Zenith can poke at.
Mac Tackle is going to get hacked up. I really want to be, like, it's so crazy to me how much Mac Tackle lives, despite the fact that there's a Sombra on the field. The bomb is going to be used to get some space, but it's just not enough to really deny value so far.
Yeah, and Dynamic will get hacked, has to back up, and so will the rest of the team, but they do get Magnolia when they try and go in. And now Dynamic going for a high barrage, does get both supports though, and this is actually kind of winnable. This is, when I say kinda, it is very winnable, because they will res him, and both tanks will go down now, and this is just going to be second point for free. But they do get an extra minute off the clock.
Yeah, this is the summon I wanted to see though, after that first map. I said they need to wake up, and they have definitely woken up. Despite the fact that Zenith is actually playing extremely well, for the most part, Summit is just doing Summit things right now. Dynamic is just insane on the Pharah. You have to shut them down, but when you shut them down, you still have to deal with the fact that you have Dubu and Bolting, great DPS threats. And right now, Summit just has such a great ult advantage right now that I don't see a way of them Zenith stopping this push effectively. They can waste some time though, which is exactly what Tekko's doing. Trying to pull a Fissure, but I don't think you're taking out camera.
You literally took the words right out of my mouth. I've tried to pull a Fissure, making it look really cool, but will not get anything in the end. And Dynamic goes for it, and will kill him. Now, actually types in Zabia in the chat mid-match. Oof, that's rough. And now they're going to be heading around the final point, around this final bend, and this is really rough here. Zenith have to get this point, or have to group up. They have this EMP and the beat, and it should be, it's hopefully massive. This isn't really a big space here, and it will be a 5-man. That's massive.
Goes in 5-man EMP. It secures the kills. Azu to follow up. Exactly what you need from there. Just one ult to win that fight. Now you have to cycle the other ones. Just trying to get this time off the clock. And of course, for anyone, all the typing, but they're typing. It's some friendly banter. Obviously, Tekko was typing earlier. Both teams just like to type, having some fun with each other, having some nice, adding some spice to the match. But I think we can all appreciate that.
Definitely. It's all just a community league for fun in the end, but we are heading into this 2-minute warning here for the side of Summit, and they are trying to get through the third point. This third point's actually kind of rough for their comp, I would say. Just like you said, the rush is really good on this third point, and it's kind of because it's so enclosed. There's not really much spaces to hide, and Bonesaw will get hit by the barrage. And you know that's actually kind of worth, because like I said, it's just such an enclosed space. Anywhere you really barrage is gonna be kind of hard to live from. And cameraman trying to hold that angle, but that's actually really rough. Gets clipped just barely by the bomb, and that's going to be massive for Zenith. They're going to be able to get all these picks, and that's it. It's a clean fight. This is a 1-minute warning.
Yeah, and it's doesn't look amazing for Zenith, but I mean, someone had just full swapped their comp, and this is kind of like Rush is considered to be better than 6-man. But you have no ultimates available. They should play slow here for Zenith. Play slow for an EMP. Tekko can stall out this fight with that Primal Rage. You're playing for that EMP to win. Bonesaw also can try to force out resources with this Pulse Bomb. That's the win condition.
Definitely. Looks like Bonesaw went for that Pulse Bomb, but didn't get much value from it, and they will die. And oh no, the window does come. The lamp does come out, trying to keep everyone up. It looks like Bonesaw is doing a lot of being very annoying in this backline for the side of Summit. The High Noon does come out. Will they get picks? No, but an EMP does come out, gets 3, and it doesn't matter though because Zenith doesn't have the follow-up, and this is just going to be their picks. This is all Zenith in the Summit in the kill feed, and they're going to be able to cap this third point with just barely any time.
Yeah, and the EMP just couldn't find enough. They didn't have enough people left to follow up on that EMP. Even if it hits 3, you don't really have resources to pump into them. If you hit 6, maybe you have a chance, but even then, I think it's unlikely. When I meant play slow with the EMP, you try to play slow to try to live as 6 or at least as 5 and try to turn the fight with the EMP mid-fight, but it doesn't end up happening. Summit takes it and they got some time on the clock. Finishing Rialto, definitely a big deal. A long map to get through, a very big of a slog to get through, and someone is definitely playing back at that level that we've seen throughout the season. They weren't playing super bad, and they weren't playing super bad map 1. They weren't even playing bad the map 2 attack. They've definitely elevated again.
Yeah, and this is looking like the Summit we've seen all season, you know? Dynamic just being the Superman of Overwatch, and Mac Tackle being the Batman, really just having so many good heroes, but this ball he's just super comfortable on. And like you said at one point, like even there's a Sombra on the field, but it doesn't feel like Mac is really dying that much. He's just still being able to live, knowing his limits and knowing what he can get away with and what he can't, and just really showing a masterclass of this hero, to be honest.
I wish I was Mac Tackle playing ball. Like,
same.
For some reason, I played in ranked, and some games I do extremely good, and some games I'm just like, man, I'm just feeding into this CC. And Mac Tackle, no matter how much enemy CC there is, always manages to live. I don't know. It is a combination of their team playing around them very well, but also Mac Tackle having just great understanding of that hero, of the limits, of the capabilities of it. It's just masterful that we have such a class act player in BPL.
Definitely. And now Summit are already trying to, push this forward, but they're just getting choked out by all these hyper mobile heroes. It's so hard for them to really rush on anyone in particular. Really, they want to rush on Golden Cake, but they do get Cameraman, and now this is somehow winnable. The Pharaoh won't have much heals, and Mazzino does go down. It looks like Zenith really just want to deal with Dynamic in this air with both the Cassidy and the Soldier 76, but I really like the Soldier.
This is really funny to me because somebody said on the defense for Zenith, they were like, why don't they go Soldier to counter the Pharaoh, ironically. And now they've gone Soldier to counter the Pharaoh. So that joke kind of ends up being true, but Cameraman already going down to 1 HP. This is desperate. You have to keep that up if you want this Pharaoh to get value.
And yeah, Bonesaw getting caught between a rock and a hard place there with the ball and the deep. They will go down, and now this is great here for Summit. They have this man advantage. They get the lamp out. Back tackle gets so much damage done with the slam and the subsequent, just shooting. And this is just, they know, yeah, Zenith know it. They have to reset. And this, I said this before the map, this is one of the worst spots in the game, in my opinion, to be stalled out on. It's not like a super spawn advantage. It's like a little bit of a walk, but it's enough on the walk of the attackers to just take so long. If you're not super well coordinated in the subsequent attacks, it's going to be super draining on the time. They're already 2 minutes in, and if they get any... Back tackle goes for a cheeky little swing. Will not get anything out, but does live to tell the tale. And now Dubu smells a big pulse on this. They will probably pull out the lamp. Look, they know Bonesaw has used the flash. They do beam him down, but they're not pushing the cart here. Cart does get contested at the last possible second. They're so good at just barely getting it. And Teku commits the shatter. Will get Mac tackle, but is it going to be enough here for the side of Zenith? They do commit the beat, and Bonesaw does use his visor, and this looks like it should be enough. But as I say that, support gets the mech back, instantly demech, and now Dubu doing the Lord's work, just staying alive and just getting so much damage done. But now with Mazzino duping the Diva, will get this Diva Mom super quickly, commits it, and that has to force everyone back, and does get the lamp out, and leaves Big Dong super low for Dubu to get the kill. Does trade out his life for it, and Magnolia does get the ball as well on Mac Tackle, and this should be enough. They look like they are so close. They're 0.75 meters away, but Sephora doing so much to stall it out, but they get off the point. No, they get back on the point. Okay, oh my lord, I thought they were going to do C9 for a second. And now there's just super mobile characters on every side. Nobody wants to lose this fight here. Everyone's just fighting it out. Everyone's super low on the side of Summit, just poking them out. Zeno does get to Tekujin, and now, but Hazu has already gotten 2, and is looking for a 3rd on the side of Mac Tackle, but Dynamic still alive and has this beam.
What is happening?
And I have no idea but if Dynamic is alive, anything is possible. And Dynamic does to go down. It does get rezzed, and so does the beat. Oh my lord. The beat. But this Bolted Cake will not die. Bolted Cake has done so much from this backline. No one is really able to commit to him, and he just wants his Lucio dead. Will does go down in the end, and this is 13 seconds left. This is the game right here. They've stalled this out for so long. Worse.
Yo,
this is just it.
Yo, someone shoot Bolton Cake. Yo, someone kill the Zenyatta who's getting free firing in Discords. That's really the moral of the story, along with some fantastic stall from Dynamic, and has the copy again. Started like, mid-fight, had the copy, has another copy, and this is Teku going extremely low. Oh my, the bomb is the icing on the cake.
And now with another Diva, there's going to be another Diva bomb very soon. With Dynamic in the backline trying to get Bonesaw. Bonesaw juking and driving, trying to stay alive with this heal pad, and does somehow manage to get out. And I don't know. Oh, but here comes another bomb. And, oh my lord, Sapor got a remake? I don't know what's happening. I just don't know what's happening. But Summit full hold on. That's just such a tough road.
That's a Rialto moment. I told you that first point Rialto is the most likely place they're going to get held. It's so difficult to take when you have such a good DPS. And then, of course, Zenyatta is such a great character. The fact of the matter is, though, you have to move to a composition that can apply pressure to him. I need to see a Tracer. I need to see something of the sorts. I mean, once that Echo Swap comes out, you need to get off that Soldier, go to a Tracer or something similar to that. I wouldn't even be fine if you swap the Cassidy for a Tracer earlier, and then use that Tracer to apply pressure to the backline instead of just trying to farm tanks the entire time.
I don't even know what to say. I just that was just I don't even know. It was so, like you said, Bolton Cake, yeah, just was completely free in that back line for so long in that super long extended last fight. And I've been there before, you know, you have those fights where it's you're right there. You don't want to, you know, back up and lose that percentage, or, you know, have the point back up. But sometimes you just need to have a clean reset. And that was that. You probably could have gotten a clean reset at least once in that whole fight, and maybe it could have changed things, maybe it wouldn't have, but it's just really rough here. I feel oh, my heart. Zenith, go Tekken, go. Not like this.
That does feel pretty rough, but I said it when I said it. Zenith has to pick up another map and force it to map 5 for that control. Can they do that? I'm not so certain. They have another map pick. It's gonna be hybrid. Where do they look towards? I believe our hybrid maps are Blizzard World, Eichenwald, and
Hollywood.
I don't like any of those maps.
Yeah.
Oh my, I hate all of those maps if I'm Zenith. I guess Eichenwald's your best bet. Try to get past first and third, but second point is going to be a nightmare.
Definitely with those super.
Eichenwald.
Aha.
It's Hollywood. Second point is still gonna be a nightmare. It's like I guess no matter if you pick Eichenwald or Hollywood, it's gonna be a nightmare for second point. And even, but I think it's more so a nightmare on first point for Hollywood than it is Eichenwald, which is why I would go Eichenwald. But obviously, I'm not the one scrimming. I'm not the scrimmers on these teams. I'm simply production and casting man.
You know, let me try and think. First point Hollywood. There's some cheeky things you could do with Rush. I don't know if Summit actually like to play double shield or not. Do they? I mean, I know we see a lot of, you know, Zarya comps and Ball, but do they actually? I can't really. I don't think I've cast in many Summit games. Do they actually play double shield? I don't know if it would be. I think this is actually not terrible for them.
I think legitimately the Ball composition might be better than double shield in the sense that it's a pokier composition, especially with that echo, like the double shield does. It just doesn't rely on sitting in a place with 2 shield tanks. It kind of, you split up and you rely on your Zen echo to do a lot of the poking, whereas your Ball can create proactive space. Whereas the Orisa and Sigma have to kind of hold space for the team, whereas the Ball is going to be taking space for your team.
And yeah, making engagements.
Whereas the Orisa comp still has to rely on that poke while not being able to make those proactive moves.
Definitely. Should be, you know, interesting to see. This possibly is game point here for Zenith. You know, Summit is right there. They're ready. We were saying both teams are ready to win this. They want to, you know, send it home. And it should be just really, really interesting. We're at do or die at this point. We've always been at do or die. I mean, technically we're in the upper bracket, so it's not really do or die, but you know what I mean. This is for the win here. This is for finals. This is for your Solomon.gg.
This is for grand finals. Yeah, this is to get to grand finals guaranteed. And looking at this map for both these teams, Summit has lost 2 maps the entire season. One of them was literally this match. the first map of this match, right? And the other one was actually surprisingly on Blizzard World, I believe, earlier in the season. I forget who they dropped that to, but that's the only other map they've lost this season. So maybe Blizzard World was more of a pick, but I don't know. And for Hollywood, obviously, they haven't lost any other maps than that, so Summit's undefeated on it. But Zenith is actually 1-2 on it. It's actually their lowest win rate hybrid map in this pool. So it's interesting that they would go to Hollywood despite that fact. I think kind of, if you're looking only at statistics, it doesn't lean towards their favor.
Yeah, they possibly must have, you know, have something cooking in the lab, you know, with the comps, or, you know, found something in scrims that they really like playing. Now, they have had to make the swap. They haven't really played much dive all series, and now they're actually playing dive with Bonesaw on the Echo and Lex on the Tracer. This is actually what I like to see from Zenith, you know, and just a mixer up. But it looks like some are actually going to... I didn't even mention the Hog, but I thought they weren't going to stick with it. But it's Mac Tackle has made the swap to Hog, throwing a little curveball himself.
It is not quite epic Hog comp.
Definitely not.
This is what some would consider a better version of Epic Hog Comp, but maybe not the case here. We'll see how it succeeds for them. Obviously, it has a bit more damage with that Zen, but also is a little bit more open to dive from the Echo and the Tracer here, because it's basically a Zen on their own.
Yeah, it looks like
goodbye.
for Bolton Cake and instantly laid him out. Bonesaw does get traded out though from Dynamic, but Lex trades him out, and now both tanks get removed by their counter on the other team, and this is just Summit for getting first point with this weird, hog kind of swap. I actually like it. It's a curveball. A lot of teams don't really see the hog, so when it comes out, you don't really know how to deal with it at first. It's going to be up to Zenith to try and adapt to this. But it looks like Zenith want to really contest this. They do get on point. They do get... Oh, tanks get super low. St. Ford does go down. And Mizzino does get Bonesaw. And this is somehow... Oh, they're somehow still winning this. Oh, Azu gets the mech. Lex is on the back line, though, trying to get any picks to make sure they can hold this defense. But St. Ford and the Mac Tackle were trying to hold this back line.
Right Taku.
Oh, and the attacker spawned, and this is just... They push him off, and wow, that Roadhog ult gets the job done.
Man, that was wild. That was almost a really good retake, but they managed to save themselves in the corner. They got the res off, and then once that res kind of came off, numbers and resources swung back into their advantage. And so it just kind of devolved from there, where in the corner you couldn't really push any more into the hog. You already used everything. And, once that whole hog goes off, he just pushes everyone away. And they managed to win that fight out. But, I mean, looking at this, you have Dynamic, has the panic swap, has the panic copy there, going super low. That's not something you want to see. You generally want to use that aggressively, but not going to be able to use that.
Oh, Dynamic gets bonked into the sleep, and will be taking a nap, but does somehow get enough just to make the Primal go up, and Will has to try to engage with his life, but Bonesaw does get the trade out and makes the Duke himself onto the Diva, trying to make sure they guarantee this fight. Going for the Mercy, but the Mercy is getting away. No, as I say that, Teku gets the double, and will be making this fight super winnable for the side of Zenith. They're just holding it out.
Yep, and with that, kind of stabilizing back, the only thing you can really use here for Summit to create some space for your team is going to be that Diva Bomb. Try to Diva Bomb high ground, maybe force the supports to drop, and then try to engage on them with your Ball, Echo, and your Tracer. That's the kind of the thing I can see. But they're actually going to use the Ball in place of the Bomb in order to force these supports off. But it's only going to result in the rally coming out.
Yeah, but they do get that rally out. Lex goes for the Pulse Bomb, but Flighty... Wait. Flighty died to a bomb? How?
Yeah, from it fell down into the doorway and saw her.
Wow, okay, I did not see that. But will be going in, and this is just a really scrappy fight here for both teams. It does look like Zenith is just barely eking it out on the side of win percentage. But as I say that, Saport is getting melted by Lex and will get demeched, and Azu running in on this point, trying to stop this cart from getting any more progress. Meanwhile, Mac Tackle and Dubler are trying to harass this backline, getting not a lot done, but making enough to get them unsettled. Bolton Cake almost back, is able to get this orb onto Mizzino. Super low here, and trying to go for Lex. Lex gets setting up for this next engagement, but Bonesaw gets traded out while going for the beam onto Flighty. And now this is just another chaotic fight this series. A lot of these fights with these super mobile comps are just super rough, but the mines come out onto the supports. Bing Dong gets super low, will get melted, and this is just another fight that's looking good here for Summit. Dubu gets Lex, Azu getting DMAC on the point, trying to stall it out as long as they possibly can, but the fight will continue.
So they do have a recontest to come out here for Zenith. You're going to have to kind of walk in with your Winston, take enough resources, pop the Primal, try to push the backline away. Once you try to push the Zen away, the trans becomes less effective. Maybe you can even force it out, but really, it does look pretty desperate here. Lex has to pop off with the Pulse Bomb more than anything else, because otherwise they're in a pretty dire straits.
Oh, but Lex getting forced out by Bolton Cake on this high ground. Oh, recalls back into Bolton Cake.
So good.
Oh, was just ready for it. Dynamic somehow gets the bomb out before the getting DMAC and gets a Bing Dong. And this is just looking so rough here. Azu and Teku making so much space here, trying to stall out this defense and make sure they can hold the second point, but not much they could do when everyone is on this point with the trans from Bolton Cake keeping them up. Bonesaw is going on this backline, trying to get Bolton Cake, gets
Eye to
so
him.
low. We'll have
Bait.
to fly out. Oh, does get Bolton Cake in the end. Sees Mac Tackle super low up on the high ground, but backs out. And somehow Zenith found a way to hold this second point. Holy cow.
They completed the look at Bolton Cake and shoot him challenge. It's very important, especially in this composition, because like I said, when you have these ball comps with that Zen, a lot of the linchpin of the comp does lie on that Zen. It becomes much more of a battle to pressure them out and prevent them from getting immense amount of value, because if you let them have that, it just becomes so hard to play the video game. And I mean, it's a weird swap off to the Rhine. You have much less ability to pressure high ground, but Teku will do Teku, I guess.
Oh, Bonesaw doing a great job right now. Is able to clip down Dynamic with the beam, and then stops the res onto him with the Duke Diva hoop. And now Mac Tackle trying to force these supports back, but this Mines isn't able to get much. Is having this break in the corner, but will get peeled for it. And this is just 5 seconds left. This is going to be last fight. Dubu does get clipped before the fight even starts. And now Azu commits bomb onto the point, trying to make space. Does get Dynamic on the legs. Aurora bashes Mac Tackle. Mac Tackle gets purple. Will he go down? He's 1 HP, but he does get the heals from the trance. Has to drive out of there super quickly. Only gets half health and will go down before getting to second point. And now it's all up to Dubu to try and hold this point. Uses recall, trying to get to second point, but won't touch the point. And that's going to be a great hold for Zenith.
This could be a map 5. It's going to be the first of the playoffs in a map 5. We haven't seen a map 4 yet this season, because when it's first to 2, you have to have a draw. So it's not going to be very similar to that. But, I mean, this is pretty massive here for Zenith. This is so winnable. But this could be a Temple of Anubis kind of thing, where they have a good defense, but the offense can't back it up. I think that's what Summit wants to do. They want to shut them down on this first point. And if Zenith tries to just force a brawl comp into them, it's not going to work. I want to see something divey. I want to see something potentially with Teku's Winston. That's going to be much more effective than trying to brute force it with a rush comp.
Definitely, these high grounds have been so killer for the side of Zenith. With Summit, Summit instantly going to this ball comp, wanting to take control of these high grounds and, spam them down if they're going to play the rush. But maybe they don't know. Zenith, I've actually seen Zenith come out on the 6-man on this map before. Possibly they might know this, but it should be very interesting. They're going to have to try and run in onto Bolting Cake, onto this high ground. And the whole name of the game is, do they just not get shot dead by the end of it, by the time they get there? Because there's just so much damage from the side of Summit. You have Mac Tackle with these slams. Sapora can burst people down with the Diva. Even Bolton Cake himself with the Zen Orbs. Even going to that far left high ground. So trying to get super far away from Zenith as physically possible, while being able to be in line of sight to heal and discord the enemy and heal teammates. But they do scout out Mac Tackle, has to get out before he gets too much damage in. And they're just taking a lot of poke. Lex gets super low. They want control of this Mega, and they get it. But Mac Tackle playing a little bit of Tony Hawk, grinding on these buildings, but trying to scout out the enemy. Looks like they know they're in this Mega room. They're just waiting for them to come in. And as soon as they do, he engages. They know. Oh, but Mac Tackle will get hacked, and Azu has already gotten Bolton Cake.
Oh, this is so good.
This is great for Zenith.
So good for them. They just rushed them down, but Dynamic has to be dealt with now. That's your next threat you have to deal with. And Mac Tackle is going to try and support Dynamic as much as possible. Mac Tackle is gone. Dynamic has to try and push only with the Mercy to heal them. It could be dangerous, but the Diva is going to have to be that kind of the bruiser right now and try to force their way into the point so that Dynamic can thrive.
Definitely. And this is just so hard here. Oh, for the side of Summit. They're trying to get in, but there's just so much damage. They're just poking in one by one. And Mac Tackle being in just might be the linchpin they need to try and poke him out. But as I say that, he does go down. Sapora being the last one on the point isn't the great thing. Now, Azu being able to clean up. Yeah. That was some great Diva play.
I was going to say, I would much rather see Bonesaw be on a Tracer here. Tracer, instead of the Reaper, allows you to pressure out Bolton Cake independent of your dive actually going that way. You can push your main 5 core onto them, onto their Diva, their Ball, for example, while having your Tracer act independently against Bolting. But the problem with that is you have to then beat Bolting in the 1v1, and that's not something you can do easily, so the Reaper is a safer team play option. No, he missed the dupe.
He missed the dupe. I think he was going for the Reaper, but is able to get the beat super quickly. Just such a god tier player from Dynamic. Is able to get another beat. Is he able to get another beat? No, as I said, the clock's ticking out. And Lex commits the EMP and gets on meaty EMP. 4 of them, or 5 of them, sorry. But Bolty Cake doesn't even feel the need to commit the trance. They just all seem to live. And, I don't like to see that 5 seconds ago. But it's fine. Bolty Cake maybe missed trance. It happens. No problem. It does force Bing Dong to use the Coalescence, which is kind of a big win condition for them for this last point.
Yeah, and this sets them up. This is a great position now for Zenith here. I want to see them try to punish Sepura. Sepura is going to try to buy space with this bomb. I need Bonesaw to be in a position to punish the fact they don't have DM. Once that bomb goes out, try to go into the backside. Don't do it like this. Is exactly the opposite thing you want to do. You're going to force Sepura out of mech, but they have bomb available. They don't end up using. I believe they were hacked, perhaps?
I don't exactly know what happened, but they got beamed down, and Mac Tackle has to get off the point. Still comes back super low. Dugu does get beamed down by Tekujin, and this is looking great here for Zenith. They're going to take it to a map 5.
Map 5! It's map 5!
Baby. Map 5, baby.
This is... Y'all didn't look at this. Y'all... Oh my. This is crazy. I don't think anyone really predict outside of like some very hardcore Zenith believers, right? I know they're there. I know they're out there, but for the analysts, for the armchair analysts, for the memers out there, they didn't think this was a possibility. That they would be forcing a map 5 here potential to win this series against Summit for Zenith. And this is incredible.
And now that we're heading to Control, this is looking really good. I don't know how this is going to go. Zenith, I feel like 6-man is just a really good comp on basically almost all Control maps. You're running on Li Jiang. You're running on what map did we already play? On the first map, what was the first map? Was it? Did we play Control already? Yeah, so we played Busan, so we already get that off the list. We have Ilios, we got Li Jiang, and off the top of my head, and what's the other one? Oasis.
Yeah, and before we get to that last Control map, we do in fact have a break. We're doing it after every 2 maps to give some resets to the players. It's very grueling to play first to 3 series sometimes, so we want to give them the ability to get a break, get some time, and of course, for you guys at home, you guys can get some water, go to the bathroom if you need it to. So go to a quick break. We'll come back knowing what Control that will decide the series here.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by Pika's Halo Hootenanny. That's right, it's a non-Overwatch event. Come and play in our first Halo Infinite event on December 17th to 19th, the week after the B League Grand Finals. We'll have a player draft, free-for-all seeding match, and a double elimination bracket. And of course, we'll stream the whole thing here on the BPL channel. Sign up to play, captain, or help out at phh.solomon.gg.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Map 5 of Zenith versus Summit for the team's entrance into Grand Finals. Their golden ticket within their grasps. All they need to do is clutch it up on this Map 5, and they are deep in thought here. I'm trying to figure out what they want to do for this last map.
I think the play games are dying a little bit.
I think they're dying a little bit, but you can see them. They were thonking. They were thonking a little bit.
Definitely.
People G, write that down.
Yeah. We are going to be heading into... Wait, do we know the last map? Am I crazy? Do we actually know what map it is?
I don't believe I've been told.
We haven't, but either way, let's talk about the maps. We have Ilios. Okay, we have Li Zhang.
Classic control.
Classic control. I think this could be... I really don't know who to really give the advantage to. The series has been really back and forth either way. But I think both teams play really good comps on this map, you know? I know Zenith like to play a lot of 6-man. I know they like to play the rush. But with her... well, not with her, but with them, and then with, you know, Summit playing these ball comps, there's a lot of space to play ball on these maps. A lot of, you know, Farah, a lot of Echo can be played. The Tracer, Dubu, has been, you know, solid on the Tracer all season. You don't really have to do much when you have Dynamic in the air, but, you know, doing his job nonetheless. And I just think both these teams, this map lays up to really good with a lot of what these teams like to play. I really don't know what else to say other than that.
Yeah, and I think this was unprecedented this season to see this kind of a match between Zenith and Summit. And I think no matter the outcome here, at least for Zenith, this is such a big thing for them. I know they have talked about being doubted the entire time. Teku on Twitter and such has talked about people just like constantly wanting to put his team down, and every time they've kind of proven to everyone, the doubters, all the haters, all of them, they're just like, we are still here. We're still a top 3 team in this league. We don't care if you think we're Mickey Mouse. We're going to hand it to the #1 team in this league, uncontested #1 team in this league before this match, by the way. Like, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that Summit was the strongest team. And right now, Zenith is taking it to them. I said their win condition for this series was to win controls and one other map type, because they are a good control team, and they've done that. They've set themselves up for success. Can they grasp it? Can they get the key to unlock their way into a top 2 finish, bare minimum? No matter what, a top 2 finish. We could even see a rematch of this in the grand finals. You never know. And of course, it's something not to be understated. Tomorrow, the team that has to play losers finals then has to play in grand finals. And yes, there's a break. We're going to have a lot of great stuff, announcements, plenty of stuff happening then. But that's still 2 matches back to back. And if you are Summit, had to play Momentum, they are a mentally draining team because they are wacky.
Momentum, I was very... Unfortunately, I couldn't really watch the match before it. They got the 3-0, though.
Wacky.
Not very surprised. I'll be real. Momentum, they have MVP caliber player with Jack and Jordan. And this, you know, we don't need to get into Momentum actually right now. But it's going to be a tough matchup to either one. You know, I think the top 3 teams that are left definitely deserve to be here. And it's just, I'm super excited to see who comes out on top. This has been like, what, a month and a half of waiting? So,
yeah.
Let's go, man. BPL. This is playoffs, baby.
This is playoffs, baby.
This is playoffs. Let's see it. Map 5.
This should be my last cast. I said this last match, but this should be my last cast for A-League playoffs. Obviously, we still have B-League playoffs next week, but for A-League playoffs, this should be my last cast here. So I'm so happy I could do it with you, Chicken, and I'm so happy we could go to a map 5 here, and potentially even a round 3. But if I'm not asking for too much, Summit, can we get like a real just storyline going of the last possible moment? It would be just an amazing story to tell. But both these teams are going to be rolling out on monkey comps, it would seem.
Yeah, it looks like we haven't seen much monkey comps from Summit, but it looks like they both want to do this TP, or no, what am I saying? The TP out of spawn, and both are going to be swapping. This looks like Ponsal will be swapping to the Reaper instead of the Tracer, as Summit are having. But they will be having Dubu playing the Sombra now, and Mizzino, or otherwise known as Dynamic, playing the Tracer. And he's so good. They're playing this like as strict 6-man comp, and they completely melt down Mac Tackle, and that's just exactly what you need to do in this comp. Without your main tank, there's just not really much you can accomplish. You just get completely walked over.
Yeah, and that's kind of the benefit you have from Bonesaw being on that Reaper, as compared to what Dynamic was on that Tracer. The Reaper has much more upfront damage against that Winston. Your win condition becomes to punish the Winston, whereas with the Tracer, your win condition comes from punishing the Moira, trying to get her fade out and then rushing forward onto them. But that's not accomplished, and in fact, it's going to be Mac Tackle losing the first life, and that loses the fight for them.
Yeah, and they have made the swap from Dynamic onto the Reaper, knowing that they just need to burst down this monkey. But it doesn't matter though, because Lex gets beams down Dynamic, and Teku trying to go for these boot kills doesn't end up getting them in the end. But will be going for this Moira, and does he get him? No. Sends him up to the high ground, and this is a losing fight. Teku, please get out of here. And now, oh no, there's a Sombra here, and this is going to be really rough here for Teku. Teku's one, trying to get, but does force Bolton Cake out back to the fight, and this is still, you know, Zenith getting wild right now. They do get hacks onto Azu. It should be able to demech him, and they do. Will just be getting his beat. I don't think he should commit it here. Will should save it for the next fight. But it looks like Mac Tackle going for the boots himself. Does he get him? I don't think so. And now this is just, yeah, this is just Summit finally catching the point and capping the point, and will be getting the percentage.
Yeah, so they cap it over. They have that EMP for next fight. That's really their only ult. They've used everything else. They do have that beat to kind of stall it out. So what you want to do here, if you are Grunts, I don't know how to say it. I'm going to be honest. I don't know how to say the name.
You can just say Will. You can say Will.
Say Will, without saying some other bad words I can't say as a Twitch partner. But the EMP is going to come out. It's actually massive. 5-man.
That was so well played from Dubu, just getting that high ground where no one could really contest, no one would think to shoot, and just having such a clean engagement from the rest of the team. Mac Tackle instantly following up. Cameraman getting dangerously low. Oh, it does go down to Azu's bomb, and Lex commits the EMP, but I don't think there's really many people to follow up. The Azu's there with the supports. The B is committed to try and win this fight, but again, oh wait, they are C9ing in the backline. Summit does send people to try and hopefully keep this point stalled out as long as it can. And Soipora sends in the bomb, and it gets 2! Oh, and that's massive. Bolty Cake does somehow go down, but oh no. Ooh, this is just trades back and forth, and Teku almost caps the point again. Cameraman goes in for the stall, but gets hacked and instantly deleted. Now it's Soipora trying to stall at this point as long as they can. They get it to 66%. Now they are currently in the lead, but they will get hacked and demech. Oh, and this is gonna be a cap. But as I say that, someone's back on the point. There's 2 people back on the point, and Dynamic instantly goes for the Reaper ult, but the DM from Azu is too good.
What is happening?
Another B is committed, and they still are getting point percentage. They have 83% and counting, and Helmet just really want this point. They've committed so much. Mac Tackle does get the boop onto Bing Dong, but will get booped out by Azu in the end, and it doesn't matter though, because they trade out for Tekujin. Lex getting his counterpart Dubu on the Sombra, and this is just, they've already gotten to 99%.
This is it. This is kind of last fight territory. They should win this up. They should clean this up. They don't need to commit anything else now that they committed this bomb potentially. Mac Tackle doesn't have Primal, not that much of a threat. Now you have to look at Zenith here. You have ultimates online. You have to cycle them completely. Next fight, you're trying to shut it down only using one ultimate. Dubu, you should be kind of seeing that they're close to that EMP. I don't know if they've tracked it properly because of how chaotic these fights have been, but they might have an inclination of it. If that's the case, the only win condition is getting that EMP into a rush. You have to do it well, you have to hide from it, or you have to have Lex counter EMP after. It's usually not very good, but it can stop the upcoming rush that follows it. And this is going to be last fight potentially. You might just want to go faster. They're going to go faster. This is perfect!
Yes, Bonesaw gets, or not Bonesaw, Lex gets a 4-man EMP and allows Bonesaw to get a clean Reaper ult, is able to get Bolton Cake, and now this is just looking really rough here for Summit. They have to try and get out. It's 87%. Ooh, Teku goes in for Mac Tackle and does get the trade, and that's going to be massive here. He's almost kissing the spawn doors, wants to give it a little smooch, but says hi and then quickly leaves. Doubles back though with the Primal, trying to cause even more disruption. Soipora, someone touches the point. It is Dubu. Dubu EMPs, but the EMP from but the beat from will be great and hold everyone at topped off. Tekujin does get Soipora on the end after getting demeched, and now it's all up to Dynamic trying to do anything he can. Does get gets Teku, and now the point's being flipped over. It is officially flipped, and now it's going in. Oh, Lex does touch, and now this is going to be a super chaotic fight. The ball from Teku does come back. The bomb also comes in. Oh, and it gets Lex. Sapor with a massive clutch bomb, and now Teku trying to cog on point, holding it as long as he can. Bonesaw uses his own Reaper ult and will not get much, but forces the DM. And now Mac Tackle gets 2, and this is just another flux from, well, not flux, a coalescence from Bolton Cake, and this looks like it should be it, but who knows at this point? They will get the first point, and holy cow. If every round's like this...
Look at Mac Tackle's face, look at Mac Tackle's face, he's like, oh my god, we did it. He's just so relieved.
Anytime there's a super chaotic fight like that, it's always feels amazing to win those. That's just crazy. Now, it looks like they're trying to get in their heads, throwing a little LMAOs. I think Teku saying mentally strong. Don't build... So you build a Death Blossom in 4 minutes? 4 weird buff.
Dude, that's the great Bonesaw ultimate of the century there on Blizzard World. That took so long to build a Blossom, and then it did like 5 kills. It was crazy, but... I mean, looking at this, should be mostly a mirror match, except for the fact Bonesaw is gonna be on that Junkrat. It's gonna have a lot of burst potential straight out of the rip. They get the first TP, and that's so good for them!
Yeah, and they cause a lot of disruption with these conch mines, but the lamp comes out, and Mac Tackle goes in for the pin. Oh, we'll pay for it. Azu cleaning up these kills, and now Hammerman in this backline trying to get out because they know the fight has been lost, and that's great for the side of Zenith. I kind of liked, I'm going to be real, I kind of liked the Mace pick over the Junk, but they got so much value with those pipes right off the rip.
I think this is quite dangerous here for Summit. You don't want to retake typically with the Symmetra. It can be very difficult to do to get back into this one, especially against this Junkrat spam. It's going to rely on some outplays here. Generally, in this situation, the defending team wins. You have the setup, you have the spam. It's all of a war of attrition right now with resources, and Zenith is winning currently, and they're going to have this window as well to counter the enemy window. Except that you don't eat that thing, Azu! You're good enough to know to eat that!
Oh my god, they get a 2K, and that's the perfect opening. They do somehow get Mac Tackle in the end, and they do trade out Bolton Cake. And as I say that, Azu gets a bomb kill to Sapora, and this is somehow winnable for Zenith. They've gotten the picks, and they commit this wall to try and hold off as many as they can. And Lex gets super low, Dubu gets super low. Will go down in the end, and this is just, oh, that's rough for Summit. They committed so much and didn't get anything.
Sorry, I'm all a little bit there. But that's because you should eat the Fire Strike next time, Azu. That almost lost in the fight, but still, you have someone you're up on ultimates here. You have that Shatter, you have that Made Blizzard. Maybe Azu can do something. Stop retaking with the Sim TP into a Junkrat, please. You're gonna die.
And they get, they get completely melted, just like you said. They all get chunked down. Mac Tackle was like 10 HP before he even got to the ground. And you have to be really feeling confident now if you're on the side of Zenith. You didn't invest anything into that fight.
Yeah, it's really crazy because these are some mistakes from Summit that I just don't expect to see from them. They should have more matchup knowledge like this. One, I think they should have swapped off to the ball fair comp much quicker. It's so hard to retake into Zenith's comp, especially with a comp of your own like this. Your Symmetra becomes very hard to actually maneuver onto that point. Now we have ultimates, we're just going to chuck it at them. Can we do it? We're just going to shatter the main. We only hit Azu though.
Yeah, I think Mac Tackle was really hoping for a lot with that, but Teku hits a 4-man, but the May ult comes in from Gold, otherwise known as Dubu, and this is just somehow winnable here for the side of Zenith. Like all fights, Bolton Cake gets super low, almost gets remeched on. Mac Tackle gets dangerously low, has to go down, and this is overtime. This is last fight. Cameraman does get a kill, but is it going to be enough?
Teku is sick of you doubters. Teku is so done with you doubters. You doubted him for so long, and this man is showing up in semifinals of winners, and he is doing amazing. We are going to round 3. I asked for this at the beginning of this map. Can we go to a round 3 Zenith? Can we go to a round 3 Summit? And this is what I get. I got what I asked for. A wonderful match to end my cast for this season. And a wonderful match to lead into tomorrow, which is the final day for a league. Man, I could not ask for more here, and it's going to be another mirror match. With how Summit looked right there, if Zenith wins this first fight, this is looking good for them.
Definitely. I definitely think though this map is way. The chokes are kind of the same, but I think it's definitely easier to retake on this map than last map or last round. per se, but it looks like Summit are literally running it down right now, getting so quickly to the main point. They want to just fight it out on point. Bonesaw gets a pipe from the side of Dubu and make sure to back off, and they don't want to lose a fight here. They want to take this super slow and make sure they win this first fight. And this is just really rough here. There's Dynamic spamming out these Symmetra balls, trying to get so much damage in. Dubu gets the first pick onto Bonesaw, and that's going to be a massive pick. The lamp does come out, but it doesn't matter, though, because so many people in Zenith are dangerously low, and they beam him out. And that's the first fight here for Summit, and that's dangerous here. As you stagger point, oh.
They were just low on resources there. They lose Bonesaw, and from there, they don't have enough pressure. They start losing the resource war, and that's what it comes down to. It's a war of attrition. Who has the DM? Who has the DM available? Who has the healing available? Who has the damage available? That's all it comes down to. A nice block in the shadow from Teku, but he's still in dire straits right now, getting shot at by every which angle, and Bonesaw is just once again the first dead in the fight.
Yeah, Dynamic going for a flank with a TP, I'm pretty sure. Doesn't get much out of it, but creates the space for the rest of the team to follow up on it. That was actually kind of insane. And now the team is pushing in onto this...
Bonesaw!
Bonesaw gets countercharged, and that's rough here. That's another pick, and we're already at 40%. And Summit have ultimates, and Zenith are still trying to get to this beat. And the Steam Bomb, they're super close, but this is really rough here. The bomb, the tire is about to come out from Dubu. They TP'd tire, but they are aware of it, and they instantly lamp. I like the creativity.
It's creative, but it also might leave them down on resources here. Teku has the shatter. Should be trying to throw it out whenever he can. Is going to throw it out. Mac does not put the shield up in time, and will lose his life for it. The bomb into the backline could be abused, but the bait is going to try to cancel it out, and now it's just a de-evolution.
Yeah, this is just a really scrappy fight, but Zenith are coming out on top, and they do manage to get this flip at around 75%. And this is do or die for Summit, or Zenith, sorry. They need to win this point if they want to stay in this upper bracket and go directly to the grand finals. They do have solved their second life, but no one wants to be in the loser's bracket at this point. Everyone wants to win, and they instantly TP, and oh my god, he was going for off the cliff, but he doesn't. He put a big block from Teku. Oh my lord, and Summit are winning this fight.
The block into the punish, and he actually gets trapped, preventing him from going further. This is insane, Chicken. This is absolutely insane. And now coming up to the next fight, you actually don't have any ults for Zenith right now. You're gonna have ults for Summit, though. They can speed in, try to beat aggressively if they want to. They should probably be in the range of estimating that the bomb might be up soon, but that's about it. The beat aggressive is actually not that horrible an idea when paired with the fact that they can provide pressure with the Junkrat tire. That seems to be the plan they're going for. Might throw a Symmetra window in there just to be safe.
Yeah, oh, it looks like they're going for a TP bomb right now, but Bonesaw gets a quick assassination on Bolting Cake, and that's actually massive now. That's the first pick and a big pick. Nonetheless, Dubu does try and use the tire and does trade out for both the DPS, but I think this is already a one fight here for the side of Zenith.
This is actually, do you remember that game we casted, Wisp versus British Hurricane?
Yes.
This is Malthel. This is Malthel. This is him. That's Bonesaw is Malthel on the Doomfist. The Malthel Gambit. I will either feed or I will win the game for you. That is what that was. And so this is just coming full circle for his Chicken. Everything's coming full circle.
This is just a crazy map. We're already heading up to 80%. This is almost a 75 to 99. But Teku coming in up these stairs and realizes he probably should back up in the water. Oh, he gets Bolting Cake right off the rip, but will get pinned out. Tekujin now dies. Azu gets the hard carry of Summit on Mizzino, and now this will get frozen out with no shield. Does get the D-Mech from Mac Tackle, but Mac Tackle is dangerously low. The beat comes out from Will to keep everyone alive, and we're at 99 here. It's last fight. The bomb also comes out. It gets Will, but is it enough? I don't know how many people are alive on each side. Bonesaw trying to go for some Doomfist picks, just barely getting out with his life. 6 HP. Oh my lord. That lamp does come out, already goes down. Lex uses the window, or the wall, trying to get everyone alive, keep everyone up. But Bolting Cake can't really heal anybody, and this is going to be point. Oh my god, back tackle just barely touches in time. Solo uses the window, but Tekujin and Bonesaw instantly go for Bolting Cake and neutralize him, and that's another fight where he's just been completely rolled out, and that's going to be game. Zenith win. Holy.
That's crazy. That's insane.
Wow. What a game.
That's absolutely insane to me. Summit is stunned right now. That was... Okay. So here's the thing, Bonesaw has some issues coming in for the most of the fight because they're trying to push into the enemy team on the Doomfist. They come back in on the defensive Doomfist, they have their setups, and they perform it immaculately. They get the first pick in almost every single fight right there. The Doomfist absolutely paying off. And Teku's hugging, oh my god, this feels so good for Teku. Feels strong, man. He is guaranteed in grand finals right now. And Solomon, welcome back.
What a game.
That's insane, isn't it?
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Game we've ever had?
That's probably the best I've ever seen.
That's a top tier BPL game right there.
That is
amazing stuff from both teams there. Holy. I mean, what a win for Zenith. Teku gets his grand final in what is potentially just look at what our grand finals may be tomorrow. We could get this again. And wouldn't that be a treat? Wow. We can barely contain ourselves back in the production room there. What a match that was. That does punch Zenith straight through to the grand finals, and it means that Summit will be dropping down and playing the lower finals tomorrow against Momentum.
That's what a game, by the way.
What a game.
That's gonna be another. Not that I'm happy Summit
giga
lost,
bangers.
but that's a giga banger tomorrow. That is actually a giga banger. I'm just at a loss for words. Like
we could see this as our grand finals rematch. By the way, if Summit goes down there, beats Momentum, we get the grand finals rematch here between Zenith and Summit. Another giga banger potentially. That's gonna be amazing. And of course, like I mentioned earlier, Summit has to play 2 matches back to back, has to both prep for Momentum in the morning, and then also has to go back into Zenith. So this puts Zenith in prime position. And what a storyline for Teku, really, this season so far. This is amazing for him. I just feel so good for him.
Yeah.
Me too.
Wow. Quite a run. You can see, I mean, look at Momentum's run as well.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Full lower bracket run. But they could still take it. You know, tomorrow, those games are going to be insane. Summit vs Momentum at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Then we'll have our awesome halftime show, which I am so excited to bring to you guys. And then we'll have our grand finals. And look, if you enjoyed that match, you are not going to want to miss any of tomorrow's stuff. It's going to be insane. I'm so excited. I'm going to have a look and see if we have anyone who wants to come and say hello. I'm sure Teku has got a few things to say after that one. Oh my god, the entire Zenith team is in here.
Do not pull that guy up, by the way. The guy at the bottom. Don't pull that guy up.
Well, that's not a Zenith player.
That's not a Zenith player. I don't know why they're there.
Let's bring in some of the Zenith team then. We have Bing Dong, Bonesaw, Teku, Aurora, and Azu.
Hey.
Wow.
What a
Doubters out! Doubters, get the fuck out! Doubters out! Y'all have been saying that our scrimbucks don't mean anything. You've been saying that you've been calling us fraud or bone fraud. You've been calling us garbage. You've been saying that Azu's shit at the game. I just want a special message to everyone out there. You all need to reassess your priorities in real life because we are out here busting our asses, playing good, and all you're doing is shit talking us.
Yeah.
I'm shit talking and winning. How about that? Huh? We're in grand finals.
If you want to talk crap, if you want to call it a Mickey Mouse win, if it's a Mickey Mouse win, it's a Mickey Mouse league because we're at the top of it right now. You understand that, right?
I have 2 things to say. 1, give me MVP. Thanks. 2,
oh yeah.
I want to shout out
plug.
literally every single player on Summit because holy fucking shit, that match was quite possibly the most fun I've ever had playing Overwatch ever. They are some of the best collection of players I've ever had the pleasure of playing against. And they should not be holding their heads down. I want to play them again. Give me the rematch, buddy. Yeah, give me it.
And I mean, you guys kind of said it. You guys came in here, talked your stuff. Start your stuff, guys. You guys are in grand finals tomorrow to play off against the winner of Momentum versus Summit. And I mean, for you guys, your journey here has been quite long. And I mean, throughout the entire season, it was up and down. But I mean, right now that you're here in the grand finals, how much of just a serotonin boost is this?
Extreme.
I would just like to say, for those that don't know, 4.5 months ago, I was leaving this league because I just couldn't take the fucking verbal shit talk that I got at every corner, and I mauled it. I mauled it out of my mind. The corn incident still rings true in my mind to this day.
The corn incident.
And I got a fucking therapist. I started looking at myself on how I could do better, and I mean, like, if getting grand finals isn't vindication that me coming back wasn't which time? Hey Recurve, weren't you the guy who said it's not funny to make fun of people who had mental breakdowns? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. I also would like to comment on Recurve, my man. Please stop crapping on me when I'm beating everyone else in the league. Thumbs up.
Well,
That's all I gotta
there it
say.
is. To win your Overwatch matches, simply go to therapy.
Exactly.
Honestly,
Anyways.
that's just good advice. I'm sure we'll need after that match, or maybe I just need to see a cardiologist. I don't know. My heart is going nuts. An amazing match. Congratulations, all of you. Grand finals. Who are you expecting to see tomorrow? Are you expecting to see Summit or Momentum?
Summit.
We better see Summit. Lore,
If I
you
don't
just
see Summit,
Stone didn't get to
Summit, something's
Steven.
going wrong.
I
Something's going
expect
wrong.
to see Summit, but I will not be surprised if the Grim Reaper of lower bracket strikes again.
Yeah, they have been on there.
The funny team.
There's always a chance with Momentum, isn't there?
Momentum really just like they won a game and they've lived it for the namesake.
They
So we'll
definitely
see.
have the momentum right now. But so do you guys.
Very true. I also want to point out how funny it is that the teams in this match both have names that mean top.
Synonym synergy.
It's so random. It's funny.
We're going to the top, man.
Very true.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Zenith. Good luck. You got one more game left, and
I'm the smuggest motherfucker right now. I'm so smug right
We
now.
are all smug. We're going for the 4-player 2-time. Yeah? We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
BP safe Momentum wins have got bold.
Yeah.
So, make sure. Well, I don't know. Either beat Summit or make sure BP goes bold. It's up to you.
We'll do both.
I like that.
Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow in the grand finals.
Give me MVP. Thank you.
I can't do that.
can't
It was
do that.
voted.
Why just rig the vote? Lol.
Stop the count.
Okay. Yeah, there
This
we
is
go.
this is why MVP has to be held after grands.
No, regular season award now.
Yeah.
Fraudulent.
Get out of here. Go prepare
That's
for
how the
tomorrow.
NBA works.
And by prepare, I mean, I don't know, eat pizza or something, because you deserve it. Maybe this is exactly the match we see again tomorrow, and I hope it's as close as that was, because holy. But I'd also still like to
I hope
see
it's
what
not.
adaptations both teams make. Maybe it'll be one-sided. I like the
It will.
You
It
can't
will.
see this, but the seal is being pet.
Yes, I'm
Pet
Pet Seal.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you, Zenith. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
7.
GG, thank you.
Goodbye. There you go. That is today's matches. We're gonna have a look back at the schedule for today. It has been a day. Momentum Cowabunga. I mean, that just took a while. But Momentum with a clean sweep there, the 3-0, which put themselves in the lower semis, which is the first match tomorrow. And then our beautiful upper finals, which delivered and a half. Zenith will take that through to the grand finals, which makes our bracket look like this. So Momentum, that first match tomorrow, that's at 4 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you're here. You can follow the Twitch channel, and you'll get a notification. Or you can join the Discord, !Discord, and we'll ping. It's going to be great. Or follow the Twitter, and we'll tweet. There's literally no excuse for you to not be back here tomorrow, I'll be honest. Because why wouldn't you be, really? And then we'll have a halftime show, and then grand finals. And tomorrow, we'll see the MVPs. Will the MVPs still be in the game, in the tournament, at halftime? Who knows? We'll have to see. Chicken, worst. Hopefully you have a little bit of breath now. How are you feeling? That game was nuts.
I'm so happy to be here, being able to cast Overwatch, a game I really like to play and watch. I have a blast every BPL season. I'm just happy I got to cast a great game, an insane game with a great caster. It's just I'm on cloud 9 right now, Solomon. I'm having a good time. I'm
Amazing
chilling.
stuff. What?
Yeah. And well, so for me, it's kind of weird because came into I was casting last match as well, and I was coming into it, and I was like, hey, I have this really bad headache, and I also haven't eaten anything all day, or drinking much, really. Probably why I have the headache, to be fair.
You weren't even meant to cast this match.
No, I wasn't even meant to cast this match either. Some unfortunate issues with the fact that Momentum 3-0 led to other casters not being available. So I showed up and I was like, hey, I'll do it. And now my mind is basically imploding in on itself with this headache. And I'm going to go eat some pizza and I'm going to have a lot of fun. But I would not have missed that match for the world. Even if I had, like, same situations, I would have taken it no matter what. Because that match was just so insane to cast and such a great way to cap off A-League playoffs for me.
Yeah, amazing stuff. That's it for us today. We'll play you out with... actually, yeah, if you look on the BPL channel, we have the... Mark has made a new video. We saw it yesterday, but I'll play it at the end of the day as well. But we'll see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. That Summit Momentum game, and at 6 p.m. will be the grand finals. Will it be Zenith, or will it be one of the other two? There's only one way to find out, and that's to see us tomorrow. Back here, same place, a little bit earlier, because it's a Sunday. It's not a school night, whatever. But thank you so much. I want to say big thanks to all of the casters, especially Worst, because you just casted, what? 8 maps? 8 maps. Yeah.
Sheesh. What a god.
Thanks so much. Crazy stuff. And Chicken and Ippy, who did the first one. All of our stuff behind the scenes. We had a bunch of problems yesterday and today, but we managed to get through it, and hopefully you guys didn't notice too much. And thanks to all the players for making the season amazing. Really, really looking forward to making it all come to a head tomorrow. Awesome halftime show, which I'm sure you're all going to enjoy. Yeah, we'll see you all tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern. Be there, be square. See you later. Goodbye.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Get a discounted rate on the world's largest premium VPN service with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Head to expressvpn.com/BPL and help support our shows.